Hey guys, we are live and we're gonna be hanging out. Doing some editing. So I have been on, I don't know, it's like a 14-day or 15-day live stream streak every day, and I'm enjoying it. I'm doing a big push to try to get through some of the content that I've started because I want to start new content, but I can't start new content until I finish old content. So we've been doing it every day. That includes finishing this edited video, right? This video that I've been working on. So that's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be hanging out, having a good time. If you guys have any questions you want to ask me or whatever, fire away, and we're just gonna do this. All right. I'll probably do this tonight and tomorrow night. Hello, Ella. I'll probably do this tonight and tomorrow night, and then Factorio Friday, Satisfactory Saturday, and then we'll go from there. Losing Control is here too. Oh yeah, okay, so big picture, what are we working on? All right, well, here, let me mute this so we can kind of scan it without it making a bunch of noise to you guys. All right, so I basically have two sections chopped up right now. This first section is only audio. It doesn't have any video for it. Well, okay, let's back up. What is this video? So this video is, I'm attempting to basically make it be my masterclass, my final video, go-to tutorial on designing your factory in Satisfactory. So this is like the big boy for me. I mean, it's gonna be long, right? 30 minutes to, maybe 45 minutes, right? And I want to pack everything in it. I considered breaking out the pieces into smaller videos, but that's not really how I like, because I could have got more content out of it or whatever, but I just would rather do everything in a video. I'm a simple man, and so I was thinking about putting, factory planning masterclass, as the title, so that's kind of what we're talking about. So, and by the way, this is like a culmination of everything that I learned mostly at the end of the Star Wars playthrough, but then refined as we've been, kind of working through the 1.0 playthrough. So that's what I'm trying to do. And so this first section, hey Relic, this first section here is kind of intro and background, but there's no footage for it. And so I'm probably gonna steal footage here from like my update 8, like the Star Wars save, showing off the factories that I planned. Basically, one of the first things that you have to do, that you don't have to do, but one of the first things you can do in a video is to like make the point why somebody should take my advice, right? And so what I want to do is provide context. Where did this come from? This isn't just me like messing around in Satisfactory for a little while. Like, the time has been put in to distill down this process, and to refine it. And I'm sharing that refined process, right? And so that's what really this first 3 minutes is, talking about what we're going to do and why, how I have this knowledge, right? So that's here. And like I said, it's already been chopped up, right? That's all these little cuts down here. This is the audio, and the goal will be to get some footage to put over at that. Next section is really the planning part. We didn't cut a lot of this out because most of it needed to be there. You know, I went on a couple of side tangents and we cut that out. A lot of this is just chopped up. You can see all the cuts in the video track above and then the audio track down below. Tons and tons of tiny cuts. Me cleaning things up, me taking out the uhs and the you knows. I almost said you know and the you knows. So I also say so a lot. So I'm gonna try to work on that, you know? But we keep going through this, and I think this is pretty tight. But we're already at 17 minutes, and all we've done is the Satisfactory tools and the little intro. So it's gonna be a beast. The next section is recorded already. What? Oh, we have to do another. I thought we already did this, but apparently not. So this is more cutting, or this is more planning. I think this part, okay. You guys hear the sirens in the background? I don't know how good my mic is. Well, I mean, the mic's good, but it's also designed to be for my voice and not background noise. I don't know if you could hear the sirens outside. But anyway, so this is, I think this is planning the factory as a whole, and then we break apart the plan into blueprint-sized pieces. Right? And then obviously, where there's no talking, we're gonna do a lot. I'm gonna do some cuts there. Yeah, you know. So there's areas, especially near the end here, to cut. But that's what we're gonna be working on tonight. And then after that, we have this piece of recorded footage, and it's long. We're gonna cut this heavily. This is me actually making the blueprints. Okay, and this is already recorded. It's the footage is in the can. So this is me making the blueprints. And then after that, we don't have any more footage, but the video isn't done. So we'll have to plan out the rest of the footage that needs to be recorded. Had a funny moment when I joined the stream, heard your voice overlapping itself, had your first Factorio VOD playing on my other monitor. Yeah, I mean, to me, that's probably my worst nightmare, right? Not just listening to me once, but having to listen to myself twice. Speaking of which, there's probably going to be some overlapping voices here because I have to listen to my own voice and edit my own stuff here. So let me see. I actually wrote up a plan. Should be here. Yeah. So where did it go? Where did he go, George? Okay. Where is it? Planning video. All right, so I actually wrote up. So this is one of the things that I'll have to record filling out. Okay, this is kind of the Excel sheet that I'm going to show. But I also made an outline. And I don't have that up. Where is that? I need to remind myself. As well as, yeah, it's not that. Show you guys, so just give me a second here. Where is that? Checking my, is it in there? Season 2 scripts side videos. Yeah, here it is. All right, found it. I may have too many tabs open on my computer. All right, so obviously this is the intro. We've recorded this. This is the part that has to have the video play over it. End of narrative. So I kind of scripted that opening because I wanted it to be tight. I still ended up chopping it up. And then I started to kind of go through more unscripted the plan. Yeah, I guess that's all we have here. But here is the these are the sections. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and 4. We've recorded 1 and 2. We've mostly finished editing 1. We have to edit 2, and then we'll have to record 3 and 4. And I'll record it live, so it'll be a live stream. I probably won't get to it today or tomorrow. It'll probably be whenever I get back to doing this. I'm knee deep in Factorio right now, trying to kind of get through that so I can focus on Satisfactory. But yeah, so we've done the factory planning in satisfactorytools.com. We have to kind of finish editing that tonight. And then we have to edit the, there's just a little bit left. And then we have to edit the blueprint design in game. That's the long one. Okay, this is really long. And then factory layout planning in Excel. We have to record that. That's going to be basically me, you know, showing how to use this, where'd it go? This sheet that I have been using since the Star Wars save. Right, why do you do it? What do you do it? What, you know, what does it help you accomplish? That kind of a thing. And by the way, I've made the point in this video that this is just a way of planning factories. There are many ways. This is my way, you know, and, you know, I hope that, you know, it is not my goal that people follow it exactly and don't make changes. It's just my goal to provide a starting point for people who are a little bit lost, and then they can make adjustments to doing it how they like better. But yeah, so we have to record this, and then we'll, and then obviously edit it. And then we got to record the factory construction. This is going to be a fast edit, right? It'll be probably a long record, but it'll be a fast edit, you know, and it'll just kind of be showing it off. How does it work? That kind of a thing, you know, showing how it pieces together. Sure. But we won't keep the majority of the footage, I think, on this one. And then, you know, I'll probably do a quick little outro, very, very fast, like 2 sentences, and that'll be it. So this is a big beast. This is my biggest tutorial video by far. So, and honestly, I've been a terrible person. I've been lacking like motivation. So, doing it live, hanging out with you guys, helps motivate me to actually, you know, finish some of this editing. I do think that over time, you know, and I've talked about this on the channel, I'm going to do less edited videos and transition to more of streaming, because I really, you know, enjoy the streaming more than the editing. Like, I sort of dread editing, and I know I'm too slow. I'm so slow. I'm over picky, as you guys are gonna see, and I don't know how to stop being that way. So And the fact is, I just love streaming. So why force myself to do something that I don't necessarily like doing? And editing is one of the first things that I want to outsource, you know, whenever that's possible. So I want to focus on becoming a better streamer and providing you guys better live content. So we have to listen to yourself while listening to you. Yes. The 6x6 blueprints make for some crazy modularity possibilities for making massive factories very quickly. Absolutely, they do. Absolutely. And I've done all my factories with, I mean, obviously most of them with the smaller one, and then the medium one is the one I have unlocked in game. Now, when I recorded this, I unlocked everything. So this is a 6x6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So when I recorded this, I went into basically like a free play mode so that I could show it using the best in-game stuff, even though I don't have it unlocked in the Satisfactory playthrough. So, yeah. Okay. Let's turn off the music because there's not music. And actually, could we just leave the music on? What is this? That's probably game sounds. I bet you we can leave the music on. I might turn it down though. Yeah, let me turn it down. Oh, I have a loaded settings for editing videos here. Let me load that up. It's a volume, a levels pre-save. There we go. Music is a little quieter, and then I turned up the volume on the application so you guys can hear it. If something's too quiet or something's too loud, you know, definitely let me know. This whole kind of editing live is kind of a work in progress kind of a thing, a big experiment. So I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. All right, so let's kind of watch the last minute so we have some context of what the video was talking about, so we can kind of go into the next section, because it's been like 3 weeks since I worked on this damn thing. By the way, this was recorded over Thanksgiving break. So, I mean, I feel bad. I've put in like 150 hours on Factorio at that time, and like 10-15 hours on this. But actually, I don't really feel bad at all. All right, here we go. Let's turn this up. Let's listen. Here's our rubber, and we do indeed are using up exactly 600 water on 15 residual rubber refineries to make 300 rubber per minute. All we have left to do is turn this remaining 1100 polymer resin into plastic. And I think the best way to do that is to use the maximize function again. And let's see if that works for us. And it looks like we have nothing weird, and all of our byproducts are taken up. So give me a second and I will rearrange these into a much easier way of viewing this chart. Now let's check that chart thing. Viewing this chart. Chart. There we go. This is our factory. 2,550 crude oil. 500. Dude, I'm so picky. I don't know if you guys can even hear, but like I go 2,500. I'm gonna cut out the little 2,550 crude oil processed into heavy oil residue and polymer resin. The heavy oil residue gets converted into fuel. The heavy oil residue gets converted into fuel. The heavy oil residue gets converted into fuel. Converted into fuel. Converted into heavy oil residue gets converted into fuel. It's not good. My favorite. Can we do the heavy oil residue gets converted into fuel? Weird sound. residue gets converted into fuel. Oh, it's better. The heavy oil residue gets converted into fuel. Better. That fuel goes in 3 different directions: nitro rocket fuel, turbo fuel, and fuel. And the nitro rocket fuel has 3 additional inputs: sulfur, nitrogen gas, and coal to make the rocket fuel. Turbo fuel uses the compacted coal left over from the nitro rocket fuel recipe to make our turbo fuel. We have some leftover fuel to make sure that we use up all of our crude oil. And then finally, our plastic and rubber to make use of all the polymer resin and all of the water. Use of all the polymer resin and all of the water that is needed to make that happen. All of these came out to pretty easily done round numbers, except for our poor plastic, but that's okay. That is the first step, our factory planning in Satisfactory tools. Now, the next step is going to happen in game. And so let's go ahead and jump into that right now. Ooh, did I cut this out? Is this just a cut? Now, again, this is a planned factory the way that I would plan to. Actually, we're going to, instead of maximize the plastic here, one step that I forgot, let's go ahead and there we go. We have our inputs across the top, our byproducts across the bottom, and our output over here on the side. Now this is what we're going to put into a blueprint. Yeah, we do need this footage. So I'm going to have to cut out where I say, or move where I say, let's switch to, in game, because we're not ready to switch in game. Now, the next step is going to happen in game. And so let's go ahead and jump in. Yeah, so let's change this clip color. That can't stay. All right, let's find where I say what this is. Now, again, this is a planned factory the way that I would plan my rocket fuel factory. The reason that we're going into all this detail to show you how to plan your own factory is that my speed editor is low on battery. How to plan your own factory is that if you want to make different choices, you're not just stuck with the factory that I've planned. Is that the same cut? Yeah, that is. Oh, well, okay. First of all, really quickly, I do a slight zoom. You can see the difference here. Yeah, let's turn this off. All right, you can see this difference. So we're going to copy, and then we're going to paste attributes, and then we need to paste zoom and position. And then now there's no zoom, there's no jumping. So there we go. Use a different alternate recipe for this that the way you want to do it. Now, the next step, and it's really where the factory truly gets constructed and designed, is we're going to go into the game, and we're going to start putting together and designing our blueprints. Now, I wonder if I cut this on purpose. Here, let's see. Oh, that's a... Okay. That's just another recording. Okay. Okay. All right, it's coming back to me. Our factory planning in Satisfactory tools. Now, all right, let's start chopping up this audio. All right, so the goal here is keep the good stuff, get rid of the bad stuff, make everything faster. Right, we got to cut down on the length of the video, condense the information better than I could when I was recording it. So it's, if I was better at, recording videos, there'd be less editing. Now, again, this is a planned factory the way that, so we can, you know, just start cleaning the stuff. Oh, we have to turn off. We didn't do any of this work. These are linked clips, and this is no longer linked. Basically, a linked audio and video clip is just what it sounds. The audio is linked to the video to make sure that you don't have desyncs. But we're moving the audio around, we're chopping it up, so this audio, or this vocal track is not and shouldn't be linked to the video track, but the in-game sound needs to be linked to the video track. And I know there is no in-game sound here, but there will be, you know, if we solo this track right there, then we should be able to hear build stuff. Yeah, it's a little quiet. I haven't done any levels work yet. Right, but that can remain. See, and if I desync them, it gives me a message like, oh, you're 6 minutes and 38 seconds out of sync. Okay, and then if I hit this linked clips, then when I move it, it moves together, but it doesn't move with this bottom one. When I first imported the video, all of this vocal track was also linked, so we have to change that when we get in so that we can move what we want and not move what we don't want. All right, so we're gonna unsolo that track and we're gonna keep editing. Now, again, this is a planned factory the way that and I'm gonna see if I can speed this up a little bit. I gotta get faster at editing. Slow. I'm a slow old man, okay? All right, would plan my rocket fuel factory. Rocket fuel factory. And then that rocket fuel factory is a little bit quiet. You can see the waveform's a little low. So we're just gonna take this little mini clip and we're gonna give it just 3 decibels. Would plan my rocket fuel factory. Probably too much. Here, just 2 decibels. Just, you know, just a little bit. The reason that we're going into all this detail to show you how to plan your own factory is that if you want to, and let's take out my large breathing sounds, is that if you want to make different choices, you're not just stuck with the factory that I've planned or that somebody else has planned. Or that somebody else has planned, or somebody else's blueprints. I wonder if there's a better way to do what I'm doing. Take this group of clips, because I have to unselect it to cut, and then I have to reselect it every time, and it's kind of awkward. You can make your own. You can make your own. You know, if you want to do something different, if you want to handle compacted coal differently, if you want to bring in more sulfur, if you want to use a different alternate recipe for compacted coal, you're at liberty to do so. Use a different alternate bing bang, bing use bang. A different alternate a different alternate if you want to use a different alternate recipe for compact, see how much better that is. If you want to bring in more sulfur, if you want to if you want to use a different alternate recipe for compacted coal, you're at liberty to do so. The important part is that you understand the process. Another YouTuber might just leave this all in. Yeah, chitty chitty bang bang. And I probably would if I was, I don't know, I'm so anal about stuff. And I don't know if that makes me a good editor or a bad editor. It makes me a slow one, that's for sure. Is that you understand the process so that you're not stuck with mine. If you want to use a different alternate recipe, that you're not stuck with mine or anybody else's factory. And it's a nice break. Bring this forward. Bring all this forward. All right, and so I haven't cut out any content at all, but look at all the space I've saved. All the amount that somebody doesn't have to listen to us and us. All right. So this is a significant, this is already, that's 1846 to that's a lot. It's a lot of time. All right, 20 seconds, 25 seconds. All right, we've only done this short amount. So by the time we're done chopping all of this, you know, my goal is to get the maximum amount of content in the shortest amount of time. It's because you're over focused on your voice. Maybe, well, what I'm trying to be focused on is the value of content to time. Well, yeah, true. You wouldn't have noticed them, but it took time. That wasn't information. You know, if I'm gonna ask somebody to sit down and watch a 45-minute video, then, you know, and I can cut out 15 seconds every, you know, here and there. I mean, 15 seconds is a lot. You know, and so if I can keep doing that, I can cut a 45-minute, well, I can cut what would have been an hour video down to a 45-minute video with the same amount of content, right? And so if I can do that, I want to try to do that. That's part of it. But sure, I do overfixate on my voice as well. I think that's definitely part of it. And you can do it the way you want to do it. Now, the next step, or anybody else's factory, and you can do it the way you want to do it. And I guess that goes with the last piece. Now, the next step, and it's really where the factory truly gets constructed and designed. Okay. Now, the next step, and it's really where the factory, I don't like this. Let's try my mic kind of quiet there. So I'm gonna try to bring up the beginning. The next step, and it's really where the factory truly gets constructed and that sounds so much better. Designed. Is we're going to go into the game. We're going to go into the game. All right. Should I keep the is? We're going to go into the, all right. Somewhere in here. is we're going to go to the game. Is we're going to go into the game. Is we're going to go into the game. There we go. Mind. Go into the mind is we're going to go into the game and we're going to start putting together and designing our blueprints. Now, our blueprints. Now, the way that I want to lay out these blueprints is I want to am I reading my script? No, this is not a script. This I do really bad on a script. I feel like I don't. It took time for you to cut them out. Yeah, it does. It takes time for me to cut them out. But I would rather spend the time to make a better video, because I don't know. I think there's two ways of looking at video making, right? Just get them out, bang them out. And if it's not perfect, well, you know, you have more content so you can get views on the next video. And maybe that's how I should do it. But to me, like if I have a video, I haven't really had a video really. Hey, Alcatrazi, buenos dias yourself. If I have a video really go like 100,000 views, right, in the first few weeks, I want to make sure that that video is as good as I can get. And I'll give you an example. When I made my 878 hour Satisfactory video for update 8, you know, I spent a lot of time on that. The audio was not as good as I would have liked, and I got a bunch of comments on it. And so now I have this doubt that if I had spent another couple hours on that video, like who cares? Who cares if I spend another day or even 2 days on that video? I won't miss that time in retrospect, but what if me spending more time on that video caused it to, you know, people to watch it longer and YouTube to push it farther, and, you know, it would have done better for my channel. You know, so I have to start asking myself, okay, is an extra day spent on editing a video that's very important to me, is that going to do better for my channel than me streaming another night? And sometimes it's one and sometimes it's the other. You can good videos in a short amount of time, but you need a process. Well, I mean, I have a process. I mean, I record the video and then I edit it. Yeah, when I came to but I've also found that I don't do really good reading from scripts. I do better when I'm off the cuff, when I'm just trying to describe what I'm talking about, rather than just straight up reading a script. I think people can tell the difference. I can tell the difference, because one sounds more like a conversation one more that I'm teaching, and one doesn't. And again, that's on me, and that's a skills issue. It's me trying to work around that, you know. And I wish that I had recorded this all on the same day. This is actually going to be really difficult for me to go back and kind of, you know, I hope it won't be noticeable or jarring when, you know, I've recorded something, you know, 2-3 months after I recorded the first half of the video. You know, I don't know if my voice is going to sound the same or what. So that's another reason I want to get going on this. But I agree that my process, I agree that I don't necessarily have the best process, but I don't know how to do it differently than sit down, record the video, edit the video, right? Yeah, I don't know. Well, that's basically what I'm doing. I did record this in one day, and now we're editing them out, and we're editing them down, and then I'll go back and I'll record the other sections. But I mean, I was at 3 hours of footage just for the first part, because a lot of this I built and planned while recording. I did plan the video first, Okie Sooner. I have all this planning material that I showed. So I planned all this stuff out. Okay, I planned out what the factory was going to be. I had to pre-plan the factory before I planned the factory. I wrote the script intro. I wrote the sections, what I was going to do in each section. Right? I'm not just making shit up as I go. Like I have a plan. So I am doing that. Right? I also had to pre-make this spreadsheet. And so this was hours and hours before I even hit record, right? Getting all this stuff together so that it was ready, so that when I record me making it, I don't have to, I'm just entering the information. I'm not making the form, you know? I think the biggest thing is I just have to get better at speaking off the cuff. Because if I did, I would do a lot less edits. And some of this is better than others for sure. And I think also I get into a rhythm. And that's a lot better. But the biggest thing is for me is I don't want to waste anybody's time. And so I think that a lot of these little cuts to clean things up over time, I can make sure to get more information to people in a shorter amount of time. So that's really the goal. And sure, there's a bunch of uhs that don't need to be there, and so's and stuff like that, which I can also get rid of. But yeah. All right, let's keep going. We're going to go into the game and we're going to start putting together and designing our. I want to take from beginning to end for each of our separate 5 outputs, make 5 separate blueprints. So what does that mean? Well, what that means is that what I want to do is now also I have a lot more freedom in this section because I don't have anything to sync it video wise. So I can really kind of be aggressive here with our blueprints. Now, the way that I want to with shortening all this time, right? And all this is time saved. Now, the next step, and it's really where the factory. So now it's up to, you know, here, let's put this so I can keep track. Let's put it at, sorry, I know that's irritating. There, that's at 20 minutes. All right, so I'm up to 26 seconds of nothingness that I've cut out for blueprints. So what does that mean? Well, what that means is that what I want to do is just take the rocket fuel portion and make a blueprint that makes rocket fuel. Then a big old pause, rocket fuel, and then a blueprint that makes turbo fuel. That makes rocket fuel, and then a blueprint that makes turbo fuel, and then a blueprint that makes fuel, and then plastic. So here I think I'm going to actually finally cut the video. That makes turbo fuel, and then a blueprint that makes fuel, and then plastic, and then rubber. So I wanted to design 5 different blueprints, and the way I design blueprints, and all right, so there's an audio skip too. I mean, that's a recording issue that I've struggled to fix for years. It's way better than it used to be. And the way I design blueprints, and but I have to get rid of that little pop. At 33 seconds saved. And then plastic, and then rubber. So I wanted to design 5. I'm just going to pull out that little. So I wanted to design 5 different blueprints, and the way I design blueprints, and I'll show you when we get there, is that we can hook. And now I'm going to push this back this way, and we'll cut the video somewhere. We can hook them up into a long bus line, and I make a blueprint for the bus as well. So before we can get into the game, though, what I would like to do to make everything more simple is break apart our plan. Right now we have one. We can do a little break there. Big factory plan. We needed to do this because we need to make sure that our factory works together. I made commercials back in, but what that was before nonlinear editing was a thing. We would record a part 3 or 4 times, then record another part the same way. I guess it's a way of thinking. You got to learn. Yeah. Record. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. You record a thing. We record a part 3 or 4 times, then record another part the same way. So you're just talking about taking multiple takes? We would record a part 3 or 4 times? Yeah, so some of this stuff, while I'm saying it, like while I'm doing the vocal recording of it, I realize I kind of screwed it up, and then I immediately just keep going. And then I ditch the part, you know, that I screwed up. So there is multiple takes wrapped up inside this one take. You know, I just wouldn't move the screen, and I would re-say whatever it is that I said. You know, or if I like start one thing and I'm like, oh, it'd be better if I did it this other way first, or if I talked about this other concept first, I would just stop what I was doing. I wouldn't stop the recording. I would just kind of start over, and then I can cut that out later, or even take that other audio and put it under the initial video, the better audio cut. So I'm doing multiple takes inside this one long take, mostly because I didn't want, I don't want a ton of videos. I need to get it done. Like, I gotta go. You know, so there's less footage, probably, but more editing. Like, I'm not trying to record a perfect take and then we just drop that take in wholesale, because I don't need to. Now, if I had my face on here, I wouldn't be able to do any of these. This is only because I don't have video of my face, so I don't have to line up my mouth with the words. So I have the ability to chop this up like this. Imagine like a video that had this many cuts in it. It would be really distracting, right? So if I'm making a video that includes my mouth speaking the words, I can do some jump cuts, right? We can do some, but I can't do this many. So that would be a totally different thing. So if I went, and I am getting a camera, guys, I'm getting a camera for my desk. I'm getting a camera for my live stream. It's probably going to happen when I finish my Satisfactory and Factorio playthroughs. And if I ever make any tutorial videos, then I will, if I ever make any Factorio videos of the new game, which I'm going to play is Ashes of Creation, well, then I think the process would be very different. It'd be more like what you're saying, Oki, where I need to have complete takes. It's probably actually be harder to record, easier to edit. And I see what you're saying. The reason we would have to take after take is because we had to cut the tape to get what we wanted. I think once you figure out something, it will get easier. Well, that's part of it, is just practice, you know. And I don't record a lot of tutorial videos. Think of it this way. I mean, look at the hours and hours and hours I spend live streaming, and I've gotten better at that over time versus me doing these videos. They're very rare. I've only really done, I did two tutorial videos on my remote item switch. I did the one on the mega blueprints. I guess I did a handful on the various parts of the Superstar Destroyer. They were like 15 minutes though. It was just more like a tour. It was me talking about it and doing a tour. So those were a little bit easier. And then my 878 hours video was more of a narration. It wasn't really, I just recorded audio and played clips of my content. It was much less like a tutorial. That stuff is hard to learn and teach, and even harder to do. Right. And to be honest with you, I don't really like doing it. I mean, that's a fact. And I didn't know that I wouldn't like it. I have to do it to know that. I think these videos are good, but I would much rather become a better live streamer, focus on that, and get my content out to people that way better. But, you know, beggars can't be choosers, and I got a small channel, so we got to do what we got to do, boys. But, you know, I reserve the right to complain about it. That our factory works together. The next step, now that we know what we need and we know all of our item amounts, what I want to do is break this into pieces so that we can wrap our mind around it a little bit more easily. Didn't I already say this? Break it into pieces. Outputs make 5 separate blueprints. Let's take the rocket fuel portion and make a blueprint that makes rocket fuel, and then a blueprint that makes turbo fuel, and then a design blueprint. So before we can get into the game though, what I would like to do to make everything more simple is break apart our plan. Right now we have one big factory plan, and we needed to do this because we need to make sure that our factory works together. The next step, now that we know what we need and we know all of our item amounts, what I want to do is break this into pieces so that we can wrap our mind around it a little bit more easily when designing, especially when we design our blueprint. And so that our factory works together. What I want to do is break this into pieces. I think we can get rid of that. Pieces so that we can wrap our mind around it. So that we can wrap our when designing, especially when we design our blueprint. That was like a reiteration of what I already just said. I'm not sure why I did that. Didn't need to be there though. A little volume pick up on that because I said it really quietly.
Right. And so what we're going to do is
I think if you do the thing you like to do and make a video, it would be a better video for it. But if you do the things you don't like, it still makes for a good video. Well, so yeah, I love this content. I want to teach people. You know, I think that I have brought something new to Satisfactory in a couple of ways. Maybe not new, but at least a fresh spin on an old thing, right? And I think using blueprints as factory designing and the way I've done it to make them sort of more modular and to include a vertical bus as part of the factory layout, I think that that makes a lot of sense. And I think that it makes building very large factories much easier. And so I want to communicate that and I want to teach that. So I love that. Like, I love the content. I just don't like the process of the editing. That's all.
Is we're going to duplicate our tab. Duplicate our tab. Own tab.
All right, so all this can be moved up.
We're going to duplicate our tab, own tab.
Clone tab. I'm gonna pull that out because it cut out the C sound.
Now we have a new tab here.
I'm just gonna cut out that. It sounded like I said own tab.
Tab. Now we have a new tab here, and we are going to.
All right, so now I can't really chop too much yet. Let's fix this gap. So I should be able to just do a straight chop this way. So this amount, I guess we could move this forward so we can still keep track of our here, we'll do this. I want to keep track of time saved, you know? So far we're up to a minute chopped out
together. What I want to do is
let's go to the clone tab right here.
Tab. Now we have a new tab here. And we are going to, we're going to,
all right, we're gonna have to clean up some of this.
Actually, we're going to, instead of maximize the plastic here, one step that I forgot, tab here, and we are going,
ooh, I may have did I re-edit this? Did I do a take two?
There we go. That's enough sixes. So, this. Let's go ahead and do this to our original instead. 366.
I feel like I made a mistake, and here, let's see what we start here.
There we go. We have our. There we go. So now our original has the correct amount of plastic in it. Now, when we go over to our clone, what we're going to do is we are going to actually just delete all items except for the.
All right, I guess I didn't retake. That would have been nice if I'd have like recognized I made an error and just started it over, but I didn't. So I'm gonna have to keep that in.
We're going to, instead of maximize the plastic here, one step that I forgot, let's go ahead and instead of maximize, let's put in exactly the amount of plastic that we're gonna do.
I guess it's not a bad thing to show people how to do it.
So 366. So 366.6 366
right here,
366.66, lots of sixes and a 7. 366.6666666. Let's see if that's enough. No. I have a little bit leftover polymer. 366.66. Lots of sixes and a 7. Let's see if that's enough. No. I have a little bit leftover. A little bit leftover polymer resin. How about?
I hate the mouse clicks.
End it with the 7. No. There we go.
All right, let's cut out the
resin.
I was going to move it forward. The audio there. It's forward.
And a 7. Let's see if that's enough. No. A little bit leftover polymer resin. There we go.
Move it. There we go down.
There we go. That's enough sixes.
Bring that up a little bit.
That's enough sixes.
Keyframe and move the volume at the end so it just increases volume at the end of the phrase.
That's enough sixes.
Better.
So this is good. And this is what we want. Let's go ahead and do this to our original instead. Lots of sixes. There we go. So now our original has the correct amount of plastic in it. There we go. So now our original.
Maybe we just start this.
There we go.
Yeah, maybe we cut all this as well. Ah. Come on, bro.
The amount of plastic that we're going to do. And instead of maximize, let's put in exactly the amount of plastic.
All right, let's get east meets west here.
Plastic here. One step that I forgot. Let's go ahead and instead of maximize, let's put in exactly the amount of plastic that we're going to do.
All right, let's find where we're going to cut in. Probably right there. That should look good.
That we're going to do 366.66. Lots of sixes and a 7. Let's see. 366.
Yeah, I think we could even go a little tighter.
Do 366.66. Lots of sixes and a 7. Let's see if that's enough. No. A little bit leftover polymer resin. There we go. So now our original has the correct amount of plastic in it. Now, when we go over to our clone, what we're going to do is we are going to actually just delete all items except for the rocket fuel.
All right, can we shorten this? Yeah, let's just cut to it. Let's see if we can just cut to it. What does this look like?
In it. Now, when we go over to our clone, what we're going to do is we are going to.
Yeah, that's fine. I also definitely a thing that I got to get over is I hate jump cuts. I have this weird obsession with trying to hide jump cuts. I think it distracts me and I feel like it distracts other people. But like Oki Sooner said, some of these things that distract me, most people don't. It doesn't, like, they don't notice. It's kind of like I have the thing where chewing really makes me violently angry. What's it called again? Misophonia. I have misophonia. I also have trypophobia, but that's a separate conversation. And so I hear things that really irritate me, like any sort of popping even if it's not very often, I can hear it and it really takes me out. And stuff like that, which is ironic because I say that a lot. I don't hear myself do it when I'm saying it. So I say it a lot. But when I'm editing, I tend to try to hide cuts. It gives me like a perverse satisfaction for hiding a cut that nobody can see. But I think most people don't give a shit. In my mind, I think that, but then I go ahead and hide the cut anyway.
Present. There we go. So now our original, we're going to do is we are going to actually just delete all items except for the rocket fuel.
So we can move this up. Tell you what, I definitely have to do when I record. I need to take off the noise gate when I'm recording. That's something, man. I need to write this down. Although I don't know how often I'm going to be recording after this, but I have a noise gate on my mic so that you guys can't hear my tapping at all times. The problem is that there's a little bit of a delay, and sometimes it misses the leading consonant, and so I think it's fine with live streaming. Or maybe it's not. Maybe you guys could tell me. But when I'm recording, you know, this sound right here.
Delete.
It's like delete, right? The duh, the first duh in delete. Look how like small this waveform is. And that's because the noise gate is turning on. Or it cuts it out completely, like that clone word from earlier. So I think if I remove the noise gate from the microphone settings when I'm recording, I think that will help a lot, and it'll make a lot more clear, and I'll have a lot less editing issues with the audio. Now, of course, if you know a siren starts going by or something, then I have to make sure to wait for it, of course. I actually do have noise suppression on it as well. You know, because I do have somebody that usually when I'm live streaming that is only about 10 feet away from me, who may or may not make noises while she sleeps. So I do have a denoiser on my live stream microphone.
Delete all items except for the rocket fuel.
Same little thing here. The rocket fuel there at the end. This is me kind of doing poor voicing. I think I'm doing vocal fry here at the end.
All items except for the rocket fuel.
Except for the rocket fuel. So I think I'm doing a little bit of vocal fry here.
Items except for the rocket fuel.
So it's a little bit quiet.
For the rocket fuel.
All right, where are we going to cut in? Let's show me deleting. Boom, boom.
And this,
there we go,
is going to give us,
see,
is going to give us,
the is super quiet. Also, to be honest with you, I like live streaming this because I get to talk about it, and I actually learn a lot by just speaking some of this stuff out loud while I'm doing it and acknowledging it. Because if I was editing this, I'd just be going as fast as I can to get through it, and I might not recognize some of what I'm recognizing, you know, talking to you guys about it.
And this is going to give us our plan.
Let me cut that together.
Organize this in a way that's easier to see. Plan. Organize this in a way that's easier to see.
Okay, so that'll be a hard cut there. So that goes. This moves up. Where are we cutting here?
Except for the rocket fuel.
Probably there is likely good. Okay, now let's grab the whole thing. Move it up. Now, if I was just editing on my own, I wouldn't be moving it forward like this. I'd be moving it backwards to meet the timeline. I'm only doing that because I kind of want to keep track of where we started and how much we cut out. Right, and that is right about here. So we're at 20 minutes. Well, I guess I messed up the 2 seconds there somehow. Moved it. I did move it all forward in one of my. Right. So we were at 20 minutes and now we are at 22:16. So I've cut out 2 minutes and 16 seconds. You know, and we've chopped to here. Mostly I'm just kind of curious on how much this time is worth it. Obviously, some of that stuff I would have cut out anyway. It was like long pauses, but still.
There we go. We have our inputs across the top, our byproducts across the bottom, and our output over here on the side.
You do a little bit like that. And then let's see if we can't this volume just a little bit so it's more clear.
Output over here on the side.
Better.
Now this is what we're going to put into a blueprint. Reality, just 3 different machines. Just is what we're going to put in. This.
Rid of that.
This is.
All right, and then we can do a cut here.
Over here on the side. This is what we're going to put into a blueprint. Just 3 different machines. Yes, there's a lot of inputs and a lot of outputs. That's going to be the most difficult part of this. But in reality, just 3 different machines. Now, probably.
But there, that was good. That was a good set. We can just bring this in.
Now, probably, you notice here, we need.
Okay, so I started over, get rid of that.
You notice here, we need 40 refineries, 32 blenders, and 32 blenders. Now this is nice and easy. Now this is nice and easy.
All right. Probably a hard cut here.
But in reality, just 3 different machines. You machines. You notice here.
We can.
You notice here. 3 different machines. You notice here.
We can.
Machines. You know. You notice here, we need 40 refineries, 32 blenders, and 32 blenders. Now this is nice and easy. Okay, this is 32 blenders and 32 blenders, 1 and 1. 2 blenders. Now this. 40 refineries, 32 blenders, and 32 blenders. Now this is nice and easy. Okay, this is 32 blenders and 32 blenders, 1 and 1. Now I
think I did a re-record on this.
Notice here.
I did. Notice here, this is
now
nice
this is nice and easy. You notice.
We'll take the notice here out as well. And this. And probably this.
Machines. Now this is nice and easy. This is 32 blenders and 32 blenders, 1 and 1. Now I prefer not to have over. Now this is not. Now this is nice and easy. This is.
There we go.
Now I prefer not to have overclocked machines within my.
All right, we're gonna have to chop this audio up.
My blueprints because it uses up more power and it requires
power shards.
Power shards. But we'll tackle this in a minute. In the meantime, this is In the meantime, this is exactly what we need in order to design our factory.
Relic. All right, I'm done for the night. Biters just snuck in between my two turret things and destroyed most of my science setup. I have to fix it tomorrow. Oh, buddy. Relic, save scum it. Unexist that timeline. Pull an Avengers on it. Just erase the timeline.
In order to design our factory. Now, in order to design our blueprint. Now,
there's one. So I did an immediate re-record. So listen to this.
We need in order to design our factory. Now, in order to design our blueprint. In order to
right here.
We need an order.
So I think I can cut out these.
This is exactly what we need in order to design our blueprint. Now, what I want to do is go ahead and make.
Perfect.
Now, what I want to do is go ahead and make the other 4 sets.
All right, and I'm probably not going to show me making the other 4. I showed me making the first one, so I'll probably cut to them being done. So let's fix this cut. Probably just another hard cut. All right, a really nice pull, and now a satisfactory question. All right, give me the satisfactory question. Relic, no funny kid bad. The more much Factorio, the more confused I get, I swear. Yeah, Factorio. Factorio seems harder to stream. It's definitely more complicated production than Satisfactory. I feel like I have to keep track of 20 different things at the same time. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why everybody uses a main bus. So it puts all of those things in one place for you to get to quickly and easily. Yeah, the frequent attacks. Yeah, it's Satisfactory is definitely more relaxing than Factorio, for sure. Satisfactory is super chill compared to Factorio.
Uses up more power and sets.
All right, let's see if we can do a quick cut montage here and get the other blueprint sets done.
And clone our tab of everything except for the turbo fuel this time.
I think I'm going to cut all this out. I don't need to show the same process a bunch of times.
And in this case, we have to do something a little bit special, and we have to add our byproduct as an input. Remember, we have compacted coal, and we had 800 coming in. So let's take a look and see if that simplifies things. Yes, it does.
All right, we're gonna have to show that because I got to show doing that.
And in this case, we have to do.
Well, there goes that.
Get rid of everything except for the turbo fuel this time. And clone our tab.
Bring in the clonar tab. How about we
clone our tab, get rid of everything except for the turbo fuel this time.
I was gonna just do cuts to them being done, but that one needed a little bit of extra work, and so maybe I can do it after this one. Relic, if that's what you want to do, do it. Start over with peaceful fauna. Yeah, do it, man. You know, if you're there for the factory part, definitely. I didn't do that because, you know, I have streamer, you know, I have streamer ego. I'm not doing that. But at the same time, if I was just playing on my own, I would probably do that. Some aspects of dealing with the biters is fun, right? Having the power armor, you know, and dying to them, you know, that was fun. But yeah, I hear you, man. Let's see. If I ever played, I think I'd play peaceful. Just want to build a factory in peace and not have to worry about breaking all the time. Yeah. Well, Ella, if you play Satisfactory and passive, you should absolutely, like, that's easy, right? If anybody plays Satisfactory and passive, if you're ever going to play Factorio, you should play it in passive. It's way worse than the animals in Factorio, in Satisfactory. Okay, you need 3 constructors fully sharded and clocked, plus a 4th clocked at 60%. What is its production target rate? Okay, Sooner, I'm missing the context on your question. Or are you just asking a math question? I mean, that's 3 times 250% plus 60%. You would be what? 820% of one constructor's production rate, whatever it is. Streamer ego, good one. Oh, definitely. Every streamer has an ego. Why would I think that anything that I have to say somebody else would want to watch? Ego. I'm just a 40-year-old neckbeard fat guy sitting in my office, sitting in my bedroom, you know, at my desk, screwing around, hoping that people come and listen to me ramble. The only explanation is massive ego for that. Was a fourth clocked at 60%. What is the production target rate? How do you clock the machine at? Why don't you just do 6.6, 60%? You need 3 constructors fully sharded and clocked, plus a fourth clocked at 60. What is its production target rate? So what you're saying is you don't need 40% of the rate? What I would probably do is keep the last one at 100% and then only overclock one of the 250s instead of at a full 250, clock it at 210. The total percentage, you can type it in as a percentage. You know, the little 100%, just type in the percent. 60% of whatever it is you're making. You didn't tell me. Yeah, Kusuna, I'm having a hard time following you. I think you smoked a little bit too much in that bowl. For the turbo fuel this time. And in this case, we have to do something a little bit special, and we have to add 60% of 250. Why? Now, let me try to read it again. You need 3 constructors fully sharded and clocked, plus a fourth clocked at 60%. 60% of the 250, not 60% of 100%. Okay. Well, you just take 250 times 0.6. 150. 1 shard. You just do 1 shard. So it sounds like 3 at 3 shards, 1 at 1 shard. That's what it sounds like. Add our byproduct as an input. We're talking about Factorio. We're talking about Satisfactory. I'll talk about whatever. Correct? Yeah. 3 at 3 shards, 1 at 1 shard should do what you were saying. Sorry, it took me a minute to figure out what you were actually asking. You know what I'm looking forward to? Sorry, side note here. I love telling like the stories, just like I'm doing right now. My daughter says, this is a variety stream. It is. Yeah, it is. And I'm doing it again. My daughter says that I have a talent. Maybe it's a talent, maybe it's a curse. She can't decide. Of taking a normal story and turning it into a story that a normal person would tell for 30 seconds and turning it into a 10-minute long thing, because I provide the context and I go into, you know, all this detail and, you know, and I try to put people in the place where the headspace to understand whatever it is I'm talking about. So I do like doing that, you know. I think that's my strength. And so it's hard. I found a way to do that in Satisfactory, because a lot of Satisfactory, you kind of figure out a process and then you do that process over and over and over and over again. And during that repeated part of the process, I have found ways to like tell my stories and we hang out and stuff and we, right? But Factorio, like every single thing is, and maybe this partially, I mean, it definitely is partially because it's a newer game to me, but like it takes 100% of my brain to figure out what the hell is going on. Sometimes it takes like 120% of my brain, and I actually never figure it out. But I'm looking forward to when I switch over to playing that MMO where it's a bit grindier and, you know, we could just kind of relax in the world, that I'll be able to tell a lot more of my stories, you know, and we'll be able to do that kind of thing.
Input. Remember, we have compacted coal.
Well, I hate the typing.
And we had 800 coming in. So let's take a look and see if that...
I'm gonna cut that out.
Our byproduct is an input. So let's take a look and see if that simplifies things. Yes, it does.
The Ken I love screws rule. Oh, were you talking about screws? Is that how many screws you needed? Now, what is all this? Oh, me rearranging it.
All right, now that everything's organized in the same way, we have this.
Just a cut while I cleaned it up.
Yes, it does. All right, now that everything's organized in the same way, we have inputs coming in from the top.
Oh, I got a little audio thing.
The same way, we have inputs coming in from...
All right, let me see if I can fix it.
The same way, we have inputs coming in from the top.
So I've done a lot of research on why my audio has those little skips. And from what I have found, that it's related to the fact that my AMD chipset has ramping clock speed. It's an auto overclocker. And so I think it's related to the fact that the clock speed is changing. And so the audio rendering gets out of sync with the video rendering, and then those skips or those blank spots that sound so horrible to me is the way that OBS, you know, resyncs. And so I am planning on probably doing a new computer. I have a 3080 in here. I was thinking about bringing on a 50 something, probably a TI. And if I do a rebuild, then, you know, it's been about 4 years. I will not get an auto ramping CPU, and to try to not deal with this audio skipping. So I've come up with a set of procedures that makes it far less common. So I do a full reset, and then I also go in after the full reset, before I record anything. After I go in and I set high priority in my you know, process list, right here. I just go audio like this, and then I do the audio DG, and I set to high priority. I'm not recording right now on this PC. I'm live streaming through my live streaming PC, but I'm not recording currently on this PC. But I would do high priority, and then I go to the voice meter, and I do high priority, and that seems to reduce it drastically. It still pops in every now and then, but if I do this, it's drastically reduced. That stupid audio skipping bullcrap.
All right, now that everything's
Do better. Boop.
At the top, we have inputs coming in from the top. Inputs coming in from the top. We have inputs coming in.
I did a there's a re-record, second take.
We have inputs coming in from the top.
The third take.
We have our output down at the bottom.
I did 3 vocal takes there.
All right, now that everything's organized in the same way, we have organized in the same way. We have inputs coming in from.
I think we just cut that. Turn this up. Cut it here. Delete all this.
We have inputs coming in from the top. We have our output down.
Too far. Bring it down. All right, bring this up again.
On the bottom, and our turbo fuel over on the right. Much.
Control plus shift plus escape. Ooh. My brain is still living in Windows 95. So, and actually sometimes I still think that I'm just using Windows XP. Like if I had to tell you exactly what version of Windows that I'm using, I could not tell you. I think I just, in my brain, it's still Windows XP. That's how old I and bad I am at some of this stuff. So I appreciate the tips, and I will try to add that to the list.
On the right, much better.
Okay, good cut there.
All right, 2 down, 3 to go. Let's head back over to our base. Let's clone our another tab. Let's get rid of everything but the fuel. Now we're talking nice and simple. Inputs at the top, byproduct at the bottom, fuel on the right.
My wife's cat, and also right click on the taskbar, is meowing at the door while I live stream. That's even better. Thank you.
All right, 2 down, 3 to go.
I think I keep the 2 down, 3 to go because that tells people that I'm going to do a quick cut.
Much better. All right, 2 down, 3 to go.
I'm sure that you guys... Oh, I don't want to do that. I'm trying to keep track of the amount of time I save on this edit. I'm sure you guys cannot hear my evil cat, my wife's cat from hell, meowing outside the door. She wants in. What she'll do is if I get up and let her in, okay, she'll sit at the window for about 2 minutes, and then she'll get up and start meowing at me to be let back out.
3 to go. Inputs at the top, byproduct at the bottom, fuel on the right.
All right, where's the next one?
And delete everything but the rubber. Now we do have something a little bit. In this case, we need to give it our. In this case, like
there's a bunch of restarts, Oki.
In this case, like the turbo fuel, we need to provide it an additional input.
What?
An additional input. Provide it. Provide it additional input. Provide it an additional input. additional input, in this case 600 polymer resin.
All right, and then I think we just cut to the polymer resin being put in.
So we go up to inputs, 100, 600, back to production, water, polymer resin, out comes rubber. Finally,
all right, good.
There we go.
I'll keep the there we go, move it up to the front.
There we go. Water, polymer resin, out comes rubber.
And that's a little bit quiet.
Out comes rubber. There we go. Water, polymer resin, out comes rubber.
All right, that's another clip taken out. Then we'll do the last one.
Finally, we'll do the same thing, everything but plastic. And we need to look here to see how much polymer resin is going to our plastic. And it looks like 1100. We head over to our plastic, provide an input, and we have our final. Okay, so where do we start? And we have our final.
Our final? You didn't say anything, stupid.
And it looks like 1100. We head over to our plastic, provide an input, and we need to look here to see how much. Finally, we'll do the same thing with plastic. And we have.
All right, I'll just use this. Finally, we'll do the same thing with plastic because that's better audio than when I actually finished it.
Finally, we'll do the same thing with plastic.
That works really well, actually. Oh my God, cat. I think I heard my daughter going, psst, shooing her away. All right, let's see how this sequence looks when we watch it together. Did I get rid of these two?
Next.
Yep, I did. I think.
In this case, like the bottom, fuel on the right. In this case, like the turbo fuel. Finally, next, on our tab.
Maybe we keep the next.
In this case, like the turbo.
Yeah, let's keep the next. Let's put the next over in front of in this case. That it kind of is a way to indicate that I've jumped. Keep people from getting lost.
Next, in this,
let's take out the in front of it.
Next, in this case, like the turbo fuel, we need to provide it an additional input. In this case, like the turbo fuel.
All right, I say in this case over there, so let's cut out that in this case. All right, and then I can get rid of
on the right. Finally, to go. Inputs at the top, byproduct at the bottom, fuel on the right.
Ooh. Let's adjust this video to match.
Inputs at the top, byproduct at the bottom, fuel on the right.
Went the wrong way.
Byproduct at the bottom, fuel on the right. Inputs at the top, byproduct at the bottom, fuel on the right.
So all I did here is I just... Oh my God, sorry. I'm allergic to editing. All I did here is just I changed the setting, the cursor type, and I set to slide the video within the clip window that I've already established. because it was there.
Inputs at the top, byproduct at the bottom, fuel on the right.
Actually, that is good.
Inputs at the top, byproduct at the bottom, fuel on the right.
Yeah, that's better. Okay, so I just slid it to kind of match the audio a little bit better without having to like make any other like trims or whatever. I just slid it within the already trimmed space, and then we get rid of that. Okay, moving on down. All right, I do want to watch this sequence and make sure that it all makes sense. Okay, so we're gonna do a full watch on this.
Clone our tab, get rid of. Now what I want to do is go ahead and make the other.
Here, let's do full screen and let's do a watch through on what we have completed, and then I'll cut to black when I know it's over.
Plastic.
All right.
But we'll tackle this in a minute. In the meantime, now what I want to do is go.
All right, so here's our sequence. We're gonna do a full watch on this because I made a bunch of edits and I want to make sure that I cut them in a way that makes sense. Never delete the rubber. That would be 18 years of misery. Yeah. I have 5 of them. The misery comes and goes. Let me tell you. Switch to Linux and relearn everything? No, thank you. You want to hear the cat? I love cats. That cat hates me. I don't know. I think my daughter shooed it away. Maybe one day I'll get a cat. Well, so when I get a camera, you know, in May or June, whenever that is, if the cat will sometimes try to get on my desk. So I'll definitely pick it up and show you guys when we get there. That's what she said, delete the rubber. Now that I listen for the oohs and the ahs, I can't stop laughing. Great. All right, we're gonna watch this section, make sure it makes sense.
Now what I want to do is go ahead and make the other 4 sets. Clone our tab, get rid of everything except for the turbo fuel this time. And in this case, we have to do something a little bit special, and we have to add our byproduct as an input. So let's take a look and see if that simplifies things. Yes, it does. We have inputs coming in from the top. We have our output down at the bottom and our turbo fuel over on the right. Much, much better. All right, 2 down, 3 to go. Inputs at the top, byproduct at the bottom, fuel on the right. Next, like the turbo fuel, we need to provide it an additional input. In this case, 600 polymer resin. There we go. Water, polymer resin, out comes rubber. Finally, we'll do the same thing with plastic.
I mean, it was fast, but I think it makes sense. I don't want to show that same process a bunch of times, you know?
So where do we start? Well, let's start with the toughest one first. And that's going to be our rocket fuel. So we need to design a blueprint that handles all of this. Now, again, we have some simplicity in buildings. We do not have it in inputs and outputs. In fact, we have the opposite. So do you know that we're gonna want to make 32 of these?
Man, this audio is messy. I'm gonna have to clean it up.
1 blender of nitro rocket fuel and 1 blender of diluted fuel in each blueprint. However, I don't want to overclock our refineries because we need more than 1 refinery for each blender, because we need 40 for 32. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to build 2 refineries that make heavy oil residue, and I'm going to underclock each one to add up to our items, to add up to the input that we need for each of these. So finally, let's jump into the game.
All right. I gotta clean up this audio. It's gross.
Okay, so where do we start? Well, let's start with the toughest one first. And that's going to be our rocket fuel. So we need to design.
All right, we can keep this up here.
So we need to design a blueprint that handles all of this. Now again, we have some simplicity in buildings. Simplicity. We have some.
Let's merge the S sound.
And we have simplicity in.
Ooh. Oh, shockingly good, shockingly fast.
We have simplicity in.
Not as good.
We have simplicity in build.
The P's a little quiet, but I think it's okay.
Now again, we have simplicity in all of this. All of this. Now again, we have all of this. Now again,
I think we do hard cut here.
This. Now again, we have simplicity in buildings. We do not have it in inputs and outputs. In fact, we have the opposite. So
bring things back this way.
We do not have it.
There's some Ogie Sooner, you're killing me. But maybe that's what I need, so I can not do it in the live stream so much.
Things we do not have it in inputs and outputs.
Let's bring this audio up just a little bit.
Inputs and outputs. Back, we have the opposite. So,
right, then we'll.
Do you know that we're gonna want to make 32 of these? We're gonna want to make. We're gonna want to make 32 of these. One blender of nitro rocket fuel and one blender of nitro rocket.
All right. Bring our boy up again.
So we're gonna want to make 30. Back, we have the opposite. So we're gonna want to make 32 of these. One blender. Outputs. Back, we have the opposite. So we're gonna want to make 32 of these. One blender of nitro rocket fuel and one blender of diluted fuel in each blueprint.
Bring this up. A couple of decibels. I don't know why I can play 12 hours of Factorio or 12 hours of Satisfactory and really not even be that tired. And I sit down and we've been editing for 2 hours and I'm exhausted. And I haven't even been editing that much. I've been just chatting with you guys. I don't know what it is. It must be a mental, like, because I know, because in my mind I don't like it. So, you know, maybe I could restructure my thinking on it. Ugh, stupid brain.
However, I don't want to overclock our refineries because we need more than. We need more.
Okay, we can get rid of that edit.
Because we need more than one refinery. Because we need more than one refinery for each blender, because we need 40 for 32.
The complete lack of dopamine that comes with editing, yeah, probably. Although there is a sense of satisfaction from, I feel like with these long clips that I have, it's almost like I don't know, it was Michelangelo or somebody that said, you know, when I look at the block of marble, I don't see the marble. I think of all of the pieces of marble that I have to remove to reveal the image within. And so in a sense, I do feel like that when I'm editing, right? I have all of this footage, and within that footage somewhere, buried in that raw material, is the story, right? Is the thread of ideas put together in a way that makes a good video. And I do like the conceptually looking for that and putting it together and making that happen and discarding the parts that you don't need to reveal the parts that you do to show, you know, to make that story or show that process. So I do like that idea, but yeah, maybe not as much as the dopamine hits that you get from Vector or Satisfactory.
So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to build two refineries that make heavy oil residue, and I'm going to underclock each one to add up to our items, to add up to the input that we need to add up to.
There's a record of the line there.
Underclock each one to add up to the input that we need for each of these. So finally, let's jump into the game.
Bring this back because I said each of these and was moving my mouse
for each of these. So finally, let's jump into the game.
All right.
I'm going to build two refineries. I'm going to build two refineries.
All right, and then this one moves up.
Fuel in each blueprint. However, I don't want.
I think we can move it up a little bit better right there.
Okay, so where do we start? Well, let's start with the toughest one first. And that's going to be our rocket fuel.
That there. Let's extend this.
Okay, so where do we start?
All right, and then all that's dead.
Thing with plastic.
Okay, all that's dead, and we move all this up.
With plastic. Okay, so where do we start? Well,
okay, that section is done. When we started, well, we've cut out at least 8.5 minutes. Beginning of this was at 20, and then as I've been editing, I've been trying to move it forward, although I think I did move some back a little bit, but at the minimum we've cut out 8 and almost 9 minutes of footage. Now again, big chunks of that were silence because I was fixing something or something like that, but I'm very happy with that sort of return. And so let's now append that
Now, the next step is going to happen in game. And so let's go ahead and jump into that right now.
All right, let's see if that's a better one to transition out.
Finally, let's jump into the game.
Finally, let's jump into the game versus...
Now, the next step is going to happen in game. And so let's go ahead and jump into that right now.
Take out the "and so."
Game. Let's go ahead.
I like that better. I like the next step is going to happen in game. I think that's nice. Put it here.
For each of these. So finally, now the next step.
Get rid of the "so" because we can't have "so" now.
Each of these. Now the next.
A little bit of volume.
These. Now the next step is going to happen in game.
Oh no. Oh no. Let's cheat. You guys ready to cheat? Take this and right click. Change clip speed. Freeze frame. Change.
That right now.
Fun. Okay, so we're gonna freeze frame the end because I ran out of footage to fit in that extra line that I wanted moved over.
That we need for each of these. Now, the next step is going to happen in game. Let's go ahead and jump into that right now.
Perfect. Perfect. Oh, I want to do keyframe on volume, go to the end, increase the end of this line's volume,
and jump into that right now.
Relic, thank you, man, for hanging out. I really appreciate it. All right, we move on down, and we have now added another chunk to our video. Oh, looks like I got rid of this audio file or audio track. Make a match. There we go. How's the transition?
First step, our factory planning in Satisfactory tools. Planned factory the way that I would plan. Now, again, this is a tools. Now, again, this is a planned factory the way that I would plan my. Now, again, this is
okay. Okay, we're at 22 minutes. All right, so let's take a look at where we're at with the notes. This whole first section is a little bit of as the introduction. Okay, all this typing is more script-like than the rest of it, and so I read through all that and then see end of narrative. And so that is this section. We'll color code it. We'll color code it. How about like a teal? No, that matches the other one too much. Navy. All right. So that's the sort of the intro section. And then, you know, we can move this down probably. Okay, and then this section here, we'll color code this. How about regular blue? Thanks, I hate it. I think I really hate the olive. How about purple? Purple's good. So that's purple. All right, so we have the intro, the narrative, me talking, and then within the narrative, I broke down the sections. And so I'm using the narrative breakdown of the sections to describe the actual sections. Factory planning and satisfactorytools.com. That is the purple. That's what we've got done. The intro and part 1, and that's 22 minutes. Now the real question: do I man up tonight, buckle down, and edit out this next section like a real man, or do I chicken out and say I'll just do this tomorrow and go to bed early? If I was playing Factorio, I would absolutely soldier on, and I wouldn't even think about it. So that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna see if I can get this edited. We're gonna work as much as we can on it. I will try to finish it, because if we can finish it, that means that tomorrow night we get to record the rest of the video, which that would be awesome. Like if we could finish all the cutting tonight, God, that's so good, right? If we finish all the cutting tonight, tomorrow night we can record the rest of the video, and I'll record it live, and then I'll drop in the recorded footage into the edit, and I probably won't record and edit it tomorrow night, but you know, maybe. So yeah, okay, we're gonna do that. It's only been 2 hours. Surely you can keep going. I think I can, and don't call me Shirley. All right, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna use the restroom. I'm going to cry in the bathroom a little bit. Okay, when I get back, I'll be mentally ready to tackle this next piece. By the way, just look at this footage, you guys. Here, let me mute this so I can scan it without making that noise. Let's see if we can find a good shot. I want to show you how early this was. I'm looking at the background. Here, let's do it this way. I'm using my speed editor, by the way. Look at the background. Do you guys see what's missing? Lips zipped. Why, are you gonna talk some crap, Okie Sooner? Bring it on. Do you guys see what's missing? This was all before the Fixmas Factory. I recorded this footage in Thanksgiving. So no Nakatomi Tower, no planning, definitely no shard. So we're gonna probably go back in to the game and record, and the shard and Nakatomi Tower is gonna be in the background. I mean, I'm actually building this where the shard is. Well, almost to where the shard is, probably. So, yeah. True fans of the channel will know how far apart these were recorded. Okay. I'm just use the restroom. I'll be right back. And then we'll do our thing. Yeah, we'll be able to do this. I'll edit using the speed editor too. There's all the blueprints when I'm done. Okay, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna leave both of you guys, both Twitch and YouTube, I'm gonna leave friends. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Those were going to be some epic toilet jokes. All right. Use the restroom. Wash my hands. Washed my face. My eyes were getting a little groggy. You know, California right now, I live in a place that isn't really affected by the fires, but it still feels like spring. You know, the sun's been out, the pollen is kicked up, so my eye allergies, I feel like it's, you know, March, even at the end of January. I had to start taking my eye allergy medicine again this week. Times. Okay, so the basic concept here is going to be where I keep most of the construction of the very first blueprint in. I'm going to show a lot of it. Try to probably limit my jump cuts. Okay, there will be some, but I'll try to limit them. And then I'll show the first big blueprint and the first blueprint vertical bus that goes with it. After that, I'll probably just kind of quick cut the other 4 or the other 3. Right, so we'll spend a lot of time up front on the process, but I won't belabor the point and show me making all of them. And I knew when I was recording this that I was going to end up cutting a lot of it, but I decided to go ahead and kind of talk through the process so that in the editing room, which is now, I could have the most material to work with to create the edit. Although I do think at the end there, I was kind of, I was doing silent, more quiet sections at the end. Yeah. All right, well, let's get started. And here we're working with a Mark III blueprint designer, and I will be using Mark VI belts and lifts. Blueprint designer, and I will be using I'm going to try to cut in on the U sound and replace the U sound. I will be using Mark VI. Close. And I will be using Mark VI. I will be using Mark VI. I will be using Mark VI. Will be using Mark VI. There we go. Belts and lifts. Blueprint designer. And here we're working with a Mark III blueprint designer, and I will be using Mark VI belts and lifts. Okay. So, first step we need to do is we need to build our. What I like to do when I first start is start with the final product and work backwards. Is start with the final product what I like to do when I first start
when I first start.
Okay.
We need to build our.
And those were false starts. Maybe we cut to this, hard cut to this. Do it without movement. I like the shot of my tower in the background.
And here we're working with a Mark III blueprint designer, and I will be using Mark VI belts and lifts.
Okay, hard cut to. Oh, let's keep track, shall we? So, can you select and get a total time? No. We're at 22:30. This is an 2 hours. So what? An hour 37 and a half. So 1 hour 37.5 minutes. All right, that's our end clip. All right, that's our total time that we have to chop down. Hour 37 30 seconds. So we're gonna start chopping it.
And lifts. What I like to do when I first start is start with the final product and work back with the final with the final.
Sorry, there was a keyboard clack in there that I didn't like.
What I like to do when I first start is start with the final product and work backwards. One thing we want to do is leave plenty of space in the. We want to do is leave plenty of space in the front to organize our outputs and our inputs for our bus. Outputs and our inputs for our bus.
Okay, now I froze frame there. So I'm gonna hide a jump cut.
So what I like to do is leave an entire foundation's worth in the front.
I don't like that dead space though.
For our bus. So what I like to do is leave an entire foundation's worth in the front. We're gonna go to our blender here, and remember this is our
Okay, we can get rid of that. Let's use the space to
this is our front. We're gonna go to our blender here, and remember this is our final product, and what we're gonna be doing is alternate nitro rocket fuel.
Uh-oh.
The first step before we can build any
I started over.
buildings is we need to lay down some foundations.
I forgot the foundations.
Now, the first step that we need to do here.
There's my multiple takes, you guys.
Now, the first step that we need to do here is we need to lay down our foundations. You can use 1 meter or 2 meter. Today, I'm going to go ahead and use 2 meter because that gives us the most flexibility when it comes to hiding wires, which I always love to do. Don't know how big we're going to need for this, and I don't know if I'm going to need the entirety of the Mark III blueprint, so we're just going to go ahead and build everything for this, and I don't know if I'm going to.
All right, well, what's up? What can we say from the front?
And lifts.
That's all. Bye-bye. This isn't going to fit, is it?
With a Mark III.
Oh, it does.
And here we're working with a Mark III.
Oh, I like, though, the... Maybe I can I keep this? I like seeing the city, the tower in the background. See how this cut looks.
And here we're working with a Mark III blueprint designer, and I will be using Mark VI belts and lifts. Now, the first step that we need to do. Lifts. Now, the first step that we need to do here. Now, the first step that we need to do here.
I see what I did. I hid the cut at the beginning of when the thing popped up. I'm telling you, I hate seeing hard cuts. Oops.
And here we're working with a Mark III blueprint designer, and I will be using Mark VI belts and lifts. Now, the first step that we need to do here is we need to lay down our foundations. You can use 1 meter or 2 meter. Today, I'm going to go ahead and use 2 meter because that gives us
the audio looks out of sync. Let's see if we can fix it, and then it'll be in sync for the entirety of the rest of the video. Let's solo the one we're thinking about. Here we go. Yeah, it's definitely out of sync. Yeah, we can do it for the entire rest of the video and make it so that we only have to do it once if I can get it right. That's going to tell me that I'm out of sync over here because as far as Davinci Resolve is concerned, I am out of sync, but I'm actually fixing an out of sync issue. So what I'm trying to do, I don't know if you guys can hear it. It's really quiet. Let me turn off the music. Let's see, I'm at negative 3.6 on that. I'll go back. I'm going to pop the volume up nice and loud. There, can you guys hear that? I want to make sure that the doot 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 line up exactly for when I put the foundation on there. And then if that's lined up, then it'll be lined up everywhere. Very close. Yeah, I think that looks good. You guys think that looks good? Yeah. So I was 14 frames off. You see down here, I was 14 frames off, which I could definitely tell. Right? And it's a subtle thing, but that would have really irritated me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to relink these now. I'm going to unlink and then link. And now if I get off again, it'll show me what I'm off relative to the new position that I've made it. Now, so I don't blow out your guys' ears, we're going to go back down to negative 3.6. I was at positive 12 decibels. So I was at 18 decibel swing there. All right, so this should be a lot quieter, and now I can turn my voice back on and the music back on.
Step that we need to do here is we need to lay down our foundations. You can use 1 meter or 2 meter. Today, I'm going to go ahead and use 2 meter because that gives us the most flexibility when it comes to hiding wires, which I always love to do. And I don't know if I'm going to need the entirety of the Mark. I don't know if I'm going to need the entirety of the Mark III blueprint. So we're just going to go ahead and build everything out to start, and we can always delete afterwards. Now, time for the buildings. What I try to do is start from the beginning and work.
So I always, when I'm recording, I try to freeze frame often so that I can save some time with the audio. So watch, I'm going to take advantage of that freeze frame by pushing this up.
Now, time for the buildings.
Freeze framed there. Here.
What I try to do is start from the beginning backwards. And so
there's the end of the freeze frame. So that's the most amount that I have of space that I can save in the audio. Because this will butt up right to that without being able to tell the difference. So what I'll do is I will now save all this audio time, and I'll save as much of this as I need. Bum, 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 bum.
What I try to do is start from the beginning and work backwards. And so in this case, it's going to be a blender. And I always make sure that I have one full foundations at the.
That's all we get.
What I try to do.
All right. Well, looks like we're gonna do. I needed more.
What I try to do is start.
Let's hide it. Let's hide it in the cut again. Or in the right there. So what we're seeing here is on the left side is the last frame of the clip on the left, and the right side is the first frame on the clip on the right. And so I can slide this back and forth, and it changes both, both at the same time, so I can see where the transition point is. And so what I want to do is transition from one frame to the next in the very first frame that the build window pops up. So then we're hiding the cut at the moment the build window pops. So it'll look like this.
What I try to do is start from the beginning.
And you can't even tell. Like, it's hard to tell. I even know it's there, and it's hard for me to tell.
What I try to do is start.
If I didn't do that, it would look
what
like
I
this.
try to do.
See?
What I try to do.
That little subtle boop, jump to the left.
What I try to do is.
But if it's hidden under most of the screen has a window and there's an action thing that pops up while it goes, then it's really hard to see that transition. You're looking at the window, you're not looking at the background move.
Do is start from the beginning and work backwards.
And what I was able to do is get rid of all of that extra time that I had when I was talking to make everything seem a lot cleaner.
And so in this case, it's going to be a blender, and I always make sure that I have one full foundations at the front, because we're going to need room to make sure that our inputs and our outputs are organized here at the front of the blueprint. I'll show you what I mean in a second. First blender's down. Let's take a look and let's select. First blender's down.
I think I'm gonna do the same thing. Ooh, looks good actually. Go like that.
Second. First.
Ooh, sorry, the wrong setting.
Second.
All right, look at that. Last frame right there. So I'll copy, I'll cut that. Move this whole thing down. Save a little bit.
In a second. First blender's down. Let's take a look and let's select alternate nitro rocket fuel. Perfect.
1 second, guys. Sorry. Be right back. Like 30. Okay, back. Sorry. Wife was headed to bed and I needed to ask her a question. Right, where were we? Fuel. Perfect. Lots of inputs, lots of outputs. This is a very complicated recipe. Now, companion with our nitro rocket fuel. If we look at our plan. All right, so we need some cuts here. So first thing I'm going to do, cut to the first frame of this and cut to the last frame. Okay, and we need to zoom this in. Remember over here, we copied and pasted and zoomed in. So we're going to copy this little mini clip. We're going to paste attributes and we're going to do the zoom and the position and boom. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, I'm going to get rid of pretty much all this freeze frame. And so then I know in this area, this is the area that I have to save with my audio. Now I could always, if I need more, just bring it back. Okay, so let's start cleaning up this audio.
Rocket fuel. Perfect. Lot.
Move the perfect up. We can actually increase it a couple decibels.
Lots of inputs, lots of outputs. This is a very complicated recipe.
I don't know if we need that line.
Now, companion with our nitro rocket fuel. If we look at our plan, we're going to need a diluted fuel blender as well.
Yeah, I think we just cut to, if we look at our plan.
We look at our plan.
I don't think we need any of that other stuff.
Plan, we're going to need a diluted fuel blender as well.
Bum, 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 bum. All right, and then
Lots of inputs,
yeah, I don't think we need any of that. So let's just take this, slide him in where we want him.
If we look at our plan, we're going to need a diluted fuel blender as well. So to do our diluted fuel blender, to come over here.
Jeez, Ken.
So to do our diluted fuel blender.
So to do, I need the so to do.
So to do it. So to do it. Do it. Our diluted fuel blender. So to do our diluted fuel blender.
Nice.
Come over here. So to do our diluted fuel blender, I come over here. Let's go ahead and flip this around because we know that the output of the diluted,
All right, so I can hear, maybe you can't, but I can hear some click clack in here. So I'm going to try one of the studio tools under Davinci Resolve, the paid version. It's the dial or voice isolation, and this can work. Sometimes it doesn't pick it up, but sometimes I can use it to get rid of clickety clacks of my mechanical keyboard that are happening during me talking.
Because we know.
Yeah, it's still there. Let's turn it up to 100%.
Because we know that.
Turn it off.
Because we know.
It's a little better with it on.
Because we know.
Yeah, it's better. I can barely hear it with it on. It's still there, but it's a lot better. You have to be careful with that though, because if I talk quieter, then sometimes the program doesn't recognize it as voice, and it starts to pull it out, and then it sounds worse. But in that case, the audio was pretty good. We got to keep going. All we've done is build 2 blenders.
As we know that the output of the diluted fuel is going to be the input for this. And I do like how this looks symmetrical like this. Now, do we need the whole space between them? I'm not sure, but let's go ahead. We have lots of space in Satisfactory, So let's go ahead and give us that space within the blueprint. At least for now. Alternate diluted fuel. In the blueprint.
We can cut that out. Well, not really.
Alternate.
I think we have to keep all that in.
Give us that space within the blueprint. At least for now. Alternate diluted fuel.
I can do some of this.
Alternate diluted fuel.
So I cut out where I was kind of drifting around in there to where I click directly on it.
Alternate diluted fuel. Now, we have to figure out where we can put our 2 refineries. Luckily,
I think this deserves a jump cut.
Now, we have our 2 refineries. Luckily,
Plaque in there that I don't like.
2 refineries.
Clickety clack, don't talk back.
Refineries. Refineries. Luckily, we do have a lot of space. I am thinking that we can run them in this direction. Now, we have.
I'd like to start the clip here. So I wonder if I can get all this audio.
Now, we have to figure out where we can put our 2 refineries. Now, we have to figure out where we can put our 2 refineries. Luckily, we do have a lot of space. I am thinking that we can run them in this direction, and let's try to think which orientation would make more sense. And let's try to think which orientation would make more sense.
Okay. Like it. I like it a lot. And we get to cut all this out. Let's check our jump cut and see what it looks like.
Fuel. Now. Did fuel. Now. Did fuel. Alternate, at least for now. Alternate diluted fuel. Now, we have to figure out where we can put our 2 refineries.
I think that's good.
Luckily, we do have a lot of space. I am thinking that we can. There's
a pop in there that I detest. And again, this is one of those things probably that maybe you guys can't hear.
I am thinking the space. I am thinking space. I am thinking
that's way better. Thank you, voice isolation.
That we can run them in this direction. And let's try to think.
And there's some more popping in here. I mean, clickety clackety.
In this direction, and
that's gone now.
And let's try to think which orientation.
I heard another one. I know, I'm sorry, but this is who I am.
Which orientation would make
gone.
Make more sense? And to me, ooh, unless, can we fit them?
Get rid of this to me.
Ooh, unless, can we fit them? Not quite. We could fit if we were doing one. Now that is tempting. I did say that I wanted to do 2 refineries, and it would be very, very tempting to just use 1 and an overclock. However, I think I'm going to stick to my guns here, and I think that we're going to go ahead and we are going to stick with 2 refineries. So I think let's go ahead and line them up in the center and all the way to the back to try to,
I think I'm going to cut out a lot of that.
Maximize the amount of space we have. And let's see if this is going to work. Now,
dude, my wife is already asleep. Okay, you know when I took that second to like, I need just a quick second. I was talking with her. She was conscious. She's already asleep. That's like a superpower that I wish I had.
And all the way to the back to try to maximize the amount of space we have.
I think we take this good audio that we found, we move it, and we skip all that other crap I talked about.
Now, we have to figure out where we can put our 2 refineries. Luckily, we do have a lot of space. I am thinking that we can run them in this direction, and let's try to think which orientation would make more sense.
Let's take this whole chunk of audio, move it down to here.
Now, we have to figure out where we can put our 2 refineries. Luckily, we do have a lot of space. Luckily, we do have a lot of 2 refineries. Luckily, we do have a lot of space. I am thinking that we can run them in this direction, and let's try to think which orientation would make more sense.
We can take out the, let's try to think which orientation could make more sense.
Which orientation? And let's try to think.
We don't need that anymore.
Which orientation?
We don't need that or that. Let's crush this down.
Them in this direction and all the way to the back to try to maximize the amount of space we have. And let's see if this is going to work. Now, if you...
Okay, there we go. So there's our cut. And it matches up to here.
Alternate diluted fuel.
Boom. Boom.
Now, we have to figure out what... Now.
What is going on? It's like a weird frame. I feel like there's a weird frame. No, I'm just going crazy.
Now, we have to figure out where we can put our 2 refineries. Luckily, we do have a lot of space in this direction and all the way to the back to try to maximize the amount of space we have. And let's see if this is going to have. And let's see if this is going to work. Now,
get rid of the now and the heavy breathing.
Let's see if this is going to work.
Clickety clack in there.
And let's see if this is going to work. If
Ooh, starts to cut out work. See what I said? See what I was saying? Sometimes this tool can affect my voice, at least.
this is going to work. It's going to work. See if this is going to work. If you only have a Mark II blueprint, then I would suggest maybe either using either.
Can we hide any of this?
And let's see if you only have a blueprint, then I would suggest maybe using or
sorry, that's probably irritating.
Maybe either using, if you only have a Mark II blueprint, then I would suggest maybe either using floor space, although there may not be room for stacking blenders on top of each other, using second floor space, or
I might cut this out.
You may have to just use one refinery and slightly overclock. So let's take a look and see how much heavy oil residue we need. So
yeah, I'm cutting out all that. Basically, I take a lot of time saying, if you have a smaller space to work with, then you're going to have to be more careful with how you use that smaller space. Thanks, Kin.
Work. If
real great. Real helpful.
So let's take a look and see how much heavy oil residue is going to work. So let's take a look and see how much heavy. So let's take a look and see how much heavy oil residue we need. So we need 50. So we need oil residue we need 50 per minute. Need 50 per minute. And so let's head over here to our refinery and let's head over to alternate heavy oil residue.
That was a recut.
Refinery.
I think we can, yeah, we can crush this audio down.
Over to how much heavy oil residue we need. We need 50 per minute. So let's head over here to our refinery and let's head over to refinery. Alternate heavy oil refinery. Alternate heavy oil residue. Alternate heavy oil residue. Now, if we go ahead and put in what we're going to do
false start a couple times.
Collect heavy oil residue.
Ooh, I started the whole thing over.
Collect heavy oil residue. Alternate heavy oil residue. Collect heavy oil residue. Heavy oil residue. Collect heavy oil residue. And because we need 50, we're gonna refinery. Alternate heavy oil residue. Collect heavy oil residue. And because we need 50, we're gonna do 2 times 20. We're gonna do 2 times
that.
We're gonna do 2 times 25 to get our 50. So that means each gets
The clickety clack in there.
25 to get our 2 times 25 to get our
Turn on voice isolation, 50%.
25 to get our 50. Do 2 times 25 to get our 50.
Oh, it's still horrible.
Times 25 to get our 50. 2 times 25 to get our 50.
I'll leave it.
50. So that means each gets underclocked by 62.5%. 5%. Percent.
There's another one. Let's try the trick.
5%.
Oh, that one disappeared immediately. So that was nice.
50. So that means each gets underclocked by 62.5%. We're going to copy and paste. We're going to copy and paste to our friend behind him.
Quiet. Gonna bring up the audio. Oh, stop it, bro. There we go.
To our friend behind him.
All right. Okay. Sooner or later, man. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it.
So let's see if we can figure out how we're now going to hook our 4 buildings together. So let's take it step by step and let's work backwards. So the first, let's work backward. Work backwards. So the first step is we need to get our fuel into the
Get this language brought together.
step is we need to get our fuel to the, what I want to do first is interconnect the 3 of these.
Okay. Like I started over.
What I want to do first is interconnect the 3 of these, and then afterwards we will decide where our inputs and outputs get set up. So our inputs and outputs get set up. Inputs and outputs. Our inputs and outputs get set up. So the first step is going to be our fuel from our friend, the blender. One thing that I always try to do is
Okay. Looks like we start there.
what I want to do first is
Okay.
4 buildings together.
All of this gets cut.
things together. Let's see if we can. So let's we can figure out how we're now going to hook our 4 buildings together. We're going to copy and paste to our friend.
Trying to get all this audio before I start moving. I'd like to cut it right there. Maybe I do, I think it's called like a J cut or something.
What I want to do first is to hook our 4 buildings together. What I want to do first is interconnect the 3 of these, and then
yeah, I think that works. Just make sure this is still good.
We're going to copy and paste to our friend behind him. So let's see if we can figure out how we're now going to hook our 4 buildings together. What I want to do first is interconnect the 3 of these, and then afterwards we will decide where our inputs and outputs get set up. So the first step is going to be our fuel from our friend, the blender.
And then I think I want to cut to the belt being built.
And the blender. When I was one thing that
what is going on? Computer, let's go.
Blender. One thing that I always try to do is set a color for so I know. One thing that I always try to do is set a color for having to look. One thing that I always try to do is set a color for so I know without having to look.
So
Set a color so I know without having to look inside the pipe what is in that pipe. And so for fuel, I always use yellow. Okay, 1 input down. Okay. Use yellow. Okay, 1 input.
all right, there's a clickety clack in there. Let's see if we can get rid of it.
Okay, 1 input.
Still hear it.
Okay, 1 input down. Now,
I can still kind of hear it, but I'm going to let it go.
Down. Now, the nitrogen gas, the sulfur, and the coal all come from outside of the blueprint, so we're going to hold off on putting those in for now. The next step we need to do is get the heavy oil residue 1 input down. Now, the nitrogen gas always use yellow. The next step we need.
I think I just cut to that. Rid of all that. I don't need it. We cut it.
Use yellow. The next step we need.
Let's massage this jump cut here. Oh, look at that. Oh, I'm gonna get.
For fuel, I always use yellow in that pipe. And so for fuel, I always use yellow. always use yellow. The next step what is in that pipe. And so for fuel,
yeah, it's gross.
for fuel, I always use yellow. The next step, use yellow. The next step
we do a quick little transition.
I always use yellow. The next step
no.
We always use yellow. The next step we need to do is get always use yellow. The next step we need to do
That's pretty
is
good.
get the heavy oil residue from our
Clickety clack.
residue.
Clickety clack. Don't talk about
residue from our 2 refineries. And so for that, I believe that pipes this way. Let's see if we have another output. We do. We can set up our pipes this way. We can set up our pipes this way. Let's see if we have another output. We do. Polymer resin. So this setup is actually, we have some space and I hate coming out. So in my experience, I have to be very careful about how we do fluids. Never like to go one of the things I've found is that so let's do a little bit of redesign here so that we don't have to go up and over that pipe. Splitting the difference. I believe this is going to work. And I believe this is going to work. Sometimes in these designs, we do need trial and error. Now we're going to pipes up. Get rid of the feet. And change our color because we know this is going to be
gross. This is going to be hard to build.
From our 2 refineries. And so for that, I believe that we can set up our pipes this way.
One step at a time.
Believe that we can set up our pipes this way. Let's see if we have another output. We do. Polymer.
We
have another output. We do. Polymer resin. So polymer resin. So this setup is actually probably going to cause some, well, it definitely will cause some clippings. So actually probably is actually probably, well, it definitely will cause some clippings. So instead of doing that, let's come this setup is actually probably, well, it definitely will cause some clippings. So instead of doing that, let's come, we have some space and I hate we have some space and I hate coming out. So in my experience, have to be very careful about how we do fluids. Let's come, instead of, well, it definitely will cost some clipping. So this setup is actually probably, well, it definitely will cost some clipping. So instead of doing that, let's come
All right, I'm trying to build this. Sorry, this is like a real pain that I left myself in.
Well, it definitely will cost some clipping. So instead of, let's, you know, in my experience, I have to be very careful about how we do fluids, because we want to make sure that inside this blueprint that we're going to build 32 times, the fluids work perfectly every time. And one of the things that I've found is that I never like to output never like to go to output never is that I never like to go is that I never
let's cut in the eye.
I never like to go
all right, let's see if I can splice these together.
And one of the things that I've found is that I never like to go,
no, let's go into the never.
I never like to go is that I never like to go,
there you go,
never like to go, that I always, one of the things I've found,
oh, I changed it anyway.
Right. And one of the things I've found is that I always feed in liquid into the back of that I always feed in liquid. Now, even like this does work, but I'm not going to want to come up and over this blueprint. So let's do a little bit of redesign here. So that we don't have to go up and over that pipe.
I think we have to keep this.
But I'm not going to want to come up and over this blueprint.
Oh, we don't need that.
Now, even like this does work.
I don't think we can do that.
I always feed in liquid from above.
Okay, we're just trying to build this as best we can.
I always feed in liquid from above. So let's do a little bit of redesign here so that we don't have to go up. That I always, one of the things I've found is that I always feed in liquid into the back of that I always feed in liquid from above. One of the things I've found,
I think that goes away.
One of the things I've found that I always feed in liquid from above. Is that I always that I always feed in is that I always feed in liquid from above. So let's do a little bit of the fluids work perfectly every time. In my experience, I have to be very careful about how we do fluids because we want to make sure. And one of the things that I've found is that I never.
Okay, do we have it?
In my experience, I have to be very careful about how we do fluids because we want to make sure that inside this blueprint that we're going to build 32 times, the fluids work perfectly every time. One of the things I've found is that I always feed in liquid from above. So let's do that I always feed in liquid. Is that I always feed in liquid.
Hate that.
That I always feed in liquid. That I always feed in. I always feed in liquid from above. That I always feed in liquid. That I always feed in liquid. That I always feed in.
What the is?
That I. Is that I always feed in liquid from a.
That's better.
I always feed in liquid from above. So let's do a little bit of redesign here so that.
Rid of the clack.
So let's do a little. So let's do a little bit of redesign here so that we don't.
Okay, all right, okay. I think I've built it.
In my experience, I have to be very careful.
The only problem is that this is going to be
polymer resin. So this setup is actually probably, well, it definitely will cost some clipping. So instead of doing that, we can set up our pipes this way. Let's see if we have another output. We do polymer resin. So this setup is actually probably, well, it definitely will cost some clipping. So cost some clippings. Actually cost some clippings. So instead of doing that, instead of doing that.
All right, let's see how this cut goes. This is
instead of doing that. In my experience, I have to be very careful about how we do fluids because we want to make sure that inside this blueprint that we're going to build 32 times, the fluids work perfectly every time. One of the things I've found is that I always feed in liquid from above. So let's do a little bit of redesign here so that we don't have to go up and over that pipe. And so for that, let's try a little bit of redesign here so that we don't have to go up and over that pipe. And so in my experience, I have to be very careful about how we do fluids.
this.
In my experience, I have to be very doing that. In my experience,
that's a lot better.
In my experience, I have to be very that. In my experience, I have to be very careful about how.
Okay, that's so much better. Ugh. My brain is breaking trying to make this work.
We do fluids because we want to make sure that inside this blueprint that we're going to build 32 times, the fluids work perfectly every time. One of the things I've found is that I always feed in liquid from above. So let's do a little bit of redesign here so that we don't have to go up and over that pipe. And that pipe. And so for that, let's try splitting the difference and making sure that we have space on each side of this blender to use.
Move this up.
Splitting the difference and making sure that we have space on each side of this blender to use.
All right, I like it.
I believe this is going to work. And I believe this is going to work. And I believe this is going to work. So let's try flipping this around. And I believe this is going to work.
Black in there.
And I believe this is going to work.
Better. Let's 100% it. Just make sure. Still sounds good.
And I believe this is going to work. So
okay, we cut that to cut out this chunk.
Use. And I believe this is going to work. So, and I believe this is going to work. So let's count. And centering it. Let's line it up with our blender. Centered off our blender. Sometimes in these designs, we do need trial and error. So let's try flipping this around. Sometimes in these,
I'm gonna start cutting a little aggressively here.
Try flipping this around. So I believe this is going to work. Sometimes in these designs, we do need trial and error. And centering it, let's line it up with our blender. Centered off our blender. Centered off our blender. And
okay,
and change our color because we know this is going to be heavy. Now we're going to hook our pipes up, get rid of the feet, and change our color because we know that this frees up the pipe. And change our color because we know this is going to be heavy oil residue. Centered off our blender.
Okay. The piping done.
And I believe this is going to work. Sometimes in these designs, we do need trial and error. Trial and error. This frees up the pipe from here to here, which will be the fuel. Here, which will be the fuel. There. Now, neither pipe has to go up or over the other. This is going to provide us a much more stable liquid internally than trying to make sure that liquids go up and over and they combine correctly and there's no backflow. Okay. And they combine and over and they combine and over and they combine correctly and there's no backflow. Perfect. Now that our machines are hooked up and we like how they're connected, now that our machines are hooked up and we like how they're connected, it's time to, this is going to provide us a much more there. Now,
all right, so far so good.
Inputs and outputs. Similarly,
get rid of that big breath.
How we're going to handle these inputs and outputs. Inputs and outputs. Similarly to outputs. Similarly to how we had to make sure that once we have an output, we don't force it to immediately to go up or over anything. I always like to try to make sure that a liquid output, in this case rocket fuel, is on the bottom level of my outputs and inputs.
Let's clean up that audio.
Output, in this case rocket fuel, is on the bottom level of my outputs and inputs. And inputs. And what I mean by that is when I organize this, I make sure that every 2 meters is a different output or input. That way we know when we design our know when we design our bus, it goes with this blueprint, which items go where. Different output or input. That way we know when we design our bus that goes with this blueprint, which items go where. Now in our case, we're also going to make sure that our bus lines up exactly in the center. That our bus, we're also going to
started a new thread of thought here. I'm gonna have to figure out how to make this work.
We're also going to make sure that our bus lines up exactly in the center.
Clackety clack in there.
Lines up exactly in the center. Now, the center for us is right here between these two foundations. And is right here between these two foundations. And so
where's our cut?
and inputs. And what I mean by that is when I organize this, I make sure that every 2 meters is a different output or input. That way we know when we design our bus that goes with this blueprint, which items go where. Now in our case,
right.
Which items go where. We're also going to make sure and what I mean by that is when I organize this puts.
Okay, let's close this.
Inputs. And what I mean by that is when I
All right, let's see if we can something a little bit. Is that right?
Inputs. And what I mean by that is inputs. And what I mean by that is when I
That's pretty good. I don't mind
organize this, I make sure that every 2 meters is a different output or input. That way we know when we design our bus that goes with this blueprint, which items go where. We're also going to make sure that our bus lines up exactly in the center. Now, the center for us is right here between these 2 foundations. And so this means that we are going to put our rocket fuel output in the bottom in the center, just like this. I don't have a color set for rocket fuel, so center, just like this. Fuel output in the bottom in the center, just like that.
Okay, where do we cut in to show?
Rest of our. Now it's time to plan.
Be right here.
In the center, just like this. Now,
I like that.
Just like this. Now, in the center, just like this.
I don't like the clickety clack, but I'm gonna have to get over it.
Now it's time to plan for the rest of our inputs and outputs. What I like to do is liquid inputs at the bottom and liquid. What I like to do is liquid outputs on the bottom of the bus and liquid inputs at the top. So outputs.
It's gonna mess me up.
Now it's time to plan. Just like this.
Maybe we cut to the just like this.
Now it's time to plan for the rest of our inputs and outputs. Now it's time to plan for the rest of our inputs and outputs. In the center, just like this. Now it's time to plan for the rest of our inputs and outputs. What I like to do is liquid outputs on the bottom of the bus
Make it better if we... I'd like it to be facing down like that, but I don't know if I can make that far.
This means that we have to stack up all non-liquids.
Maybe.
Non-liquids, then we'll handle the liquid inputs. So let's go ahead. Then we'll handle the liquid inputs. So let's go ahead and do the other items that are out. Do the other item. The other items. The other item.
Almost.
In the center, just like this. Now it's time to plan for the rest of our inputs and outputs. What I like to do is liquid outputs on the bottom of the bus and liquid inputs at the top. So this means that we have to stack up all non-liquids, then we'll handle the liquid inputs. So let's go ahead and do the other items that are outputs first. That means we're going to switch back over to our other
place to cut
and try to set where our belt is going to go. In fact, let's not use this. And we need compacted coal, polymer resin, and then an input of, and we need
I like that there. Can we fit a piece of dialogue in this empty spot?
not use this. Let's use stackable conveyor poles. Let's use stackable conveyor poles.
Yes, very nice. This gets cut.
Items that are outputs first. Let's use stackable conveyor poles. We need compacted coal, polymer resin, and then an input of coal and then sulfur. And let's check our work.
Tighten this up a little bit. Not a lot, just a hair.
An input of coal and then sulfur. And let's check our work.
Probably better before I did that.
Coal and then sulfur. And let's check our work. Outputs of compacted coal, polymer resin, inputs of coal and sulfur.
This audio is desynced a little bit. We clean it up. Oh yeah, that's gonna make things easier. So I just went to the end to tighten it up because things were a little bit out of sync, audio to video. Now I'm fine with pulling them out of sync on purpose, but I want them to start the way they were recorded so that if I want them to be synced in sync, then they already are.
Outputs of compacted coal, polymer resin, inputs of coal and sulfur. Outputs of compacted coal, polymer resin, inputs of coal and sulfur. We already handled the rocket fuel, and that means that we'll need 3 more liquids or 3 more pipes coming in. But
I'm gonna cut that.
But let's handle these belts first. First thing I'm going to do is the compacted. First thing I'm going to do and sulfur. First thing I'm going to do is the compacted coal. And in order to do this in a way that makes sense, we are going to force a lift to be at the 2-meter height that we want it to be right here.
I think I'm gonna leave most of that in because that's a technique thing I want to show.
Be at the 2-meter height that we want it to be right here.
I'm not sure that audio is synced up again. Not. Bros. What happened? All right, let's kill the music again and resync this audio the best that we can. I'm gonna turn it up here.
Makes sense.
Oh, sorry. It's not bad. All right. I only moved it 5 frames. All right. Let that go. Unlink. Relink. Set my sound back where it goes. The music back on. Unmute my voice.
We are going to force a lift to be at the 2-meter height that we want it to be right here.
That's probably a good place to cut.
Perfect. Next, a little bit more challenging, is going to be the polymer resin. Now the polymer... Next, a little... Next, a little... Next, Next, a little bit more challenging, is going to be the polymer resin. Now the polymer resin, we can do something very Now the polymer resin, we can do something very similar, but instead of forcing it to be shorter, we'll force it to be more inside the refinery, and that way it doesn't clip. And to do that, let's see if we can our foot the way. Just go ahead and do this. We'll have some clipping, but let's see if we can get close enough. So
I gotta cut all this.
If we connect our lift like this, we're gonna have some clipping that I'm really not a fan of. So instead, we're gonna force this to connect deeper inside of the refinery so as not to clip. In order to do that, we're going to...
That's a nice... All right, I did that on purpose. All right, where do we cut that
inside the refinery? Now, the polymer resin, we can do something very similar, but instead of forcing it to be shorter, we'll force it to... Next, a little bit more challenging, is going to be the polymer resin.
All right, I think if we move that clip down, let's sync up.
Next, a little bit more challenging, is going to be the polymer resin. If we connect our lift like this...
Yes, I like it. Good job, Pastkin.
Next, a little bit more challenging, is going to be the polymer resin. If we connect our lift like this, we're going to have some clipping that I'm really not a fan of. So instead, we're going to force this to connect deeper inside of the refinery so as not to clip. In order to do that, we're going to place conveyor pole, attach the lift to the conveyor pole. The conveyor pole first.
Okay, so I can cut all that out, so I
Conveyor
will.
pole, attach the lift. Place conveyor pole, attach the lift to the conveyor pole first, and then bring it down. Then we can delete the conveyor pole. Same strategy here. Bring it down. Delete the conveyor pole. Then I like to attach splitters directly onto my lifts.
They gotta be mergers.
In this case, we don't want a splitter. We want a merger. Now, let's see. Then I like to attach splitters directly. In this case, we don't want a splitter. We want a merger. Now,
Maybe we just cut to that.
strategy here. Bring it down. Delete the conveyor pole. Then
we want a merger.
In this case, we don't want a splitter. We want a merger.
Take the we want the merger and we put it after then.
Then we want a merger.
And maybe somebody won't notice that I'm actually placing a splitter. We'll see if I get that in a comment.
Merger. Now, merger. Now,
that cut is really awkward.
merger. Now,
sometimes I like to sync my gun spins, but I can't this time.
now, let's see.
Ugh, not good. Better before.
Now, merger. Now,
that's not bad.
Let's a merger. Now,
and then I bet you if I audio, bet you if I blend the audio.
Now,
yeah, it was a little bit
let's
better.
see if we will connect, and we will. Do we like that? I actually don't like that position. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to force it to line up with our purple pipe here. And then in. Perfect. And then in. Perfect.
That's
purple pipe here. Perfect. Now we have compacted coal. We have polymer resin. And those are the remaining outputs. Now, for the inputs, the last two solid inputs, coal and sulfur, we need to connect over here.
Let's see if we can clean this
now,
up.
For the inputs, the last two solid inputs. Now, the last two solid inputs, coal and sulfur, we need to connect over here. Now, that next output, that next input position is places up. Actually not happy with that position either, because it gets us really close to come, let's say right now we have our solid inputs and outputs complete.
There we go. Let's just do that big old cut all that out. We need to start getting a little more aggressive with some of these cuts. I like this one.
We need to connect over here. Now we have our solid inputs and outputs complete. Now we have our solid inputs and outputs complete, along with our rocket fuel output. Now we have 3 more liquid or pipe inputs.
What was that noise?
Liquid or pipe.
Must have hit the mic. See if I can pull it out with voice isolation.
Liquid or pipe input.
Ugh, gross. We have to take the. That's. I can't use that.
Inputs. These are a little bit trickier. For these, we get to use our stackable. Now we have our solid inputs and outputs complete, along with our rocket fuel output. Now we have 3 more.
Let's cut it here. Bring that down.
We have 3 more liquid inputs. These are a little bit trickier. For these, we get to use our stackable pipe supports. Rocket fuel output. We have 3 more liquid inputs. These are a little bit trickier.
I'm going to cut away some of this, me struggling to find the thing to click on. Much better. Okay.
Now we have our solid inputs and outputs complete, along with our rocket fuel output. We have 3 more.
Oops.
We have 3 more liquid inputs. These are a little bit trickier. For these, we get to use our stackable pipe supports.
Cut there.
See if we can handle this one first. But we also need water over here on. Now, in order to get our last pipe inputs.
Oh, I freaking redid it. Let's see if it's
In order
better.
to get our last pipe inputs, we're going to build 3 stackable supports. And we're going to decide which one goes where. Now, this first one here is water. And so I'd like to use this bottom one. So let's go ahead and
This is way cleaner.
Stackable inputs output. Now, in order to get our last pipe inputs, we're going to build 3 stackable supports. And we're going to decide which one goes where. Now, this first one here is bottom one. So in order to get our last 3 pipe inputs, we're going to go ahead.
I did it again.
And stack on 3 additional pipe locations. Now we need to decide which of the here needs water. Our 2 refineries. To get our last 3 pipe inputs, we're going to go ahead and stack on 3 so in order to additional pipe locations. Now, so in order to get our last So in order to get our last 3 pipe inputs, we're going to go ahead and stack on 3 additional pipe locations. Now we need to decide. So in order to get our last
Okay. So where are
fuel
we?
output. Now,
Cut all this. Please be the last time I recorded that.
So in order to get our last 3 pipe inputs, we're going to go ahead and stack on 3 additional pipe locations. We need to decide which of these inputs go to which of our 3 machines. Machines.
I said sheens.
Our blender here needs water. To which of our 3 machines of these inputs go to which? And our blender over here needs nitrogen. So I think because this setup that we're going to want, so the biggest here doesn't click. The best way to do that would be building up which of our 3 of these inputs.
Which of our 3? Let's do which of our three?
Our blender here needs water. Our 2 refineries back there need oil. And our blender over here needs nitrogen. So I think because this input is closest to our setup, that we're going to want to go ahead and use water.
I'm thinking of cutting to this being built.
Of our 3. Which of these inputs go to which pipe locations? Stack on 3 additional pipe locations. We need to decide which.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to cut to it.
I think the best way to do that. Oh, let's see what we look like. We can line up our oil pipe in the same. Good. Going to have to avoid the belts again. Just let's. Now what we can do is remove. We can get rid of all of our supports that we used. Block our pipes in. And let's go ahead and color our self lighter. Oh, that looks a little too close to fuel. Let's. There we go.
Yeah, I think we just cut to there we go. Quiet.
R3 patients.
Lot that I just cut. Don't need that. Nobody got time for that.
Pipe locations. There we go.
Move that. There we go.
There we go. There we go. Now what we can do is remove all of the supports. And we are piped and ready to rock. Now, what I like to try to do is label each of our inputs and outputs. The blender here, each of our inputs and outputs. And we are piped and ready to rock. Now, what I like to try to do is label each of our inputs and outputs.
Cut to labeling.
So let's go ahead and let's go fact. Next is sulfur input. Okay. We have gas 75. Okay. We have everything labeled. We have everything labeled.
I like this slide up. Start at the bottom.
We have everything labeled. We know the amounts. We know the items. And the last thing that we need to do is to set the last required thing that we need to do is hook up power. Is to set the last required, and the last thing that we the last required thing that we need to do is hook up power. Items. The last required thing that we need to do is hook up.
Okay. We're not going to show hooking up power.
Now, this is the point where you can decide if you want to include lights as part of the blueprint. Now, often when I'm doing this for myself, I like to hide each of these wires so that they're all unseen. But for our purposes here, we are gonna keep it simple. The wire.
Actually, there is something I need to show here.
With very little to no clipping. Our case, what I typically try to do is find a place where the power can be connected once we line these up side by side in a very easy way.
Yeah, we actually do need to talk about that. I won't show hooking it up. Well, I mean, I guess because I hook it up really easily or really quickly.
With very little to no clipping. Our case, put a Mark III clipping. Put a Mark III the wire by side in a very easy way with very little to no clipping. Put a Mark III. The wire goes between our refineries, and we can set him up right in the center.
Can we move all this under him?
For that, what I typically try to do is find a place where the power can be connected once we line these up side by side in a very easy way with very little to no clipping. Put a Mark III. The wire goes between our refineries, and we can set him up right in the center.
Yeah, it was good.
Center. Is hook up power. For that, what I typically try to do is find a place where,
let's clean this up a little bit so that I can get that swinging, fast moving footage cut from the beginning of this clip.
For that, what I typically try to do is find a place where the power can be connected once
we already listened to that
right in the center. Now, often when I'm doing this for myself, I like to hide each of these wires so that they're all unseen. But for our purposes here, we are gonna keep it simple. Now, this is the point where you often when I'm doing this for myself, I like to
good.
Now, this is the point where you can decide if you want to include lights as part of the blueprint, if you want to include catwalks, which I always do personally, if you want to change, if you want to
we have room at the front of this clip, so I'm going to jam all the audio to the right.
Flooring,
clean it up.
Any sort of customization, coloring, for any of your machines. This is the time to do it.
This is the time to do it. Starts there.
This is the time to do. Now, it's simple. Now, this is the point.
Just needed a couple moments to breathe between those cuts.
You're gonna keep it simple. Now,
probably too much.
Now, this is the point. Now, this is the point where you can decide if you want to include visualization. This is the time to do it. And there's really a lot of options that you can do. And this is a point where you make this blueprint your own. But we're done. And this is a point, and it's the time to do it. This is the time to do it. And this is a point where you make this blueprint your own. But we're done. Now, this is the most complicated blueprint that we're going to do today. And it's the one I'm going to show the most of. The rest of these blueprints, I'm going to speed through, because if you can do this one, you can do the rest of them. We're going to name this. You can do this one, you can do the rest of them.
Nice. My brain hurts.
Because if you can do this one, you can do the rest of them. This one, you can do the rest of them.
We've been working on this section, this new section, for 2 hours. The new section starts at the green, or yeah, starts at the end of the purple. We can bring that. We've cut this way down. I'm gonna push. We're gonna get this done tonight. Ugh. This is why I'm editing on the stream. I'm using you for very selfish purposes. I'm using you for motivation. If I was on my own and if I wasn't live streaming, I probably would at this point right now be like, I've done good enough, pat myself on the back, get in bed, watch a YouTube video on Factorio, and go to sleep. But we're gonna do it. Okay, we did measure. We were at 1 hour and 38 minutes. So let's see how much we cut out. So we're starting now at 22 minutes, and we have an hour and 30 minutes. So minus 22 is an hour and 10. We were at basically an hour 40. So we've cut 30 minutes out. Took us 2 hours to do that. Oof. It's 1 a.m. Damn it. I know I just talked a bunch of crap. All right, let's keep going for a little while. Just a little while. I still may quit soon, but just a little while.
Rocket fuel icon is always, hey. Very nice. Now, this is step 1. Admittedly, the most difficult step of our rocket fuel setup. Next, what we're going to, admittedly, the most difficult step of our rocket fuel.
Hopefully it goes faster.
Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Now, this is step 1 of our rocket.
Get rid of all this. Oh, I flubbed up the sound here, apparently.
Now, this is the point where you...
Okay.
Very nice. Now, this is step 1 of our rocket fuel setup. Next, what we're going to do is we are going to build a second blueprint. Very nice. Now, this is we are going to build a second blueprint with this blueprint designer. Now, this blueprint's job is going to be the bus. Now, this is a very simple blueprint. Sure, we put it in the center, but it is going to be the place by which we connect all of these inputs and outputs to the other sets of blueprints. Okay, and so
tempted to just leave this in. This is a new thing. This is important. This is kind of the crux of everything. So I'm loath to cut it as tightly or as aggressively, I mean, as we were cutting like pipes and signs.
And so all we need to do is center on center, and the reason that we put it in the center is that we can build the same blueprint on each side of our centerline bus. Okay, so because the next one here, now the pipe cross works both ways. Because the next one here, now the pipe one here, now the one here, now the pipe, now the pipe, now the pipe cross works both ways. So there isn't a splitter or a merge. There isn't a splitter. Isn't a splitter or a merger for pipes, because liquids and gases, they work both ways. However, for belts,
all right, let's cut. Got some freedom here to cut this footage.
One here.
Big cut there. So let's build it out.
Because the next one here, now the pipe cross. Okay, so us. Each side of our centerline bus. Okay, so because the next one here, each side of our centerline bus. Now the pipe cross works both ways.
Try to get a little bit of space when I change ideas. It helps your brain like register that one idea is over.
Our centerline bus. Now the pipe cross. Now the pipe cross works both ways. So there isn't a splitter or a merger for pipes, because liquids and gases, they work both ways. However, for belts, we're going to have to make sure that we line this up correctly. So
and
we line this up correctly.
there we go.
Line this up correctly. So what I like to do is put a sign down. Put a sign down that I know what side is the front. So we're going to select a display sign here. Nothing crazy, just so that we know and can remember which side is which. And that's going to be the which side is which, and can remember, just so that we know which side is which. And that's going to be the front. So if that's going to be the front. If that's the front, these are outputs. Just so that we know.
Right now we do our cut.
Side is the front. Is put a sign down. Is put a sign down so that I know what side is the front. Just so that we know which side is which. That's going to be the front. If that's the front, these are outputs, and outputs need to be merged. So we're going to go ahead and build two up, and then we'll notch over our merger. Remember, output comes in, and if this is the front, the output gets shipped back in the direction that, and then we'll notch over our merger. Remember, output, our merger.
Bunch of awkward space in there. Let's see what it looks like when we just cut it.
Merged. Remember, output comes in, and outputs need to be merged. Remember, output comes in, and if this is the front, the output gets shipped back in the direction that the front is. Inputs are going to go from front to back. Outputs are going to go from back to front. Okay, next is another output. So another.
I think I'm going to cut to it being done.
Now we have two inputs. And for this, we're going to.
Oh, maybe not.
Back to front. Now.
Give it a little bit more space.
Now. Now we have two inputs, and for this we're going to do split.
Let me watch that one more time.
Go from back to front. Now we have two.
It's close.
Now we have two inputs, and for this we're going to do splitters go in the other direction. And now we can test this. Make sure that things line up correctly. That's why I built this blueprint right next to the other. that things line up correct. That's why I built this blueprint correctly. That's why I built this blueprint correctly. That's why I built this blueprint right next to the other. Make sure that things line up correctly. Okay, green arrow, orange arrow, orange, green arrow, orange arrow, and green arrow, orange arrow. Everything looks good. Now, in order to build our pipeline junctions for the next 3 inputs, we will need to do something like this. Do something like this. Sure, we're centered. Good. Do an audio. Just an audio fade, crossfade. Sure, we're centered. Good. And then another. And let's go ahead and set our colors correctly. All right. And that's it. And that's it. Now, when we build these blueprints, we are going to have to connect them together with each other, as well as with the production blueprints. But again, this is the time. Again, this is the time. If you want to change the foundation, if you want to add catwalks or lights, this would be the time to do it. Production blueprints. But again, this is the time. If you want to change the foundation, if you want to add catwalks or lights, this would be the time to do it. All right, don't care about the naming. This is our setup for okay. The okay. Okay. This is our setup for our most complicated set. Okay. This is our setup for our most clickies out of there. We're also going to paste attributes again. Our most complicated set. Now, what I'm going to do is build the next 4. Build the next. Oh, actually, I made an error. We can't paste attributes. So we can't paste attributes on a clip until we've separated that clip from every other footage that I don't want those attributes pasted to. And I didn't put a split. So right there should be fine. Now we're going to paste attributes. And it'll only apply to this guy where we are looking at the plan. Build the next 4. And then the attributes are now gone. There's no zoom here. Whereas you look there, there's a zoom and a position change. Is build the next 4. All right.
I mean, this video is at 36 minutes. I think I have to cut to them all being done. I just, I mean, there's probably value in this. There's probably value in this footage
for buses. Ready to go. Let's get this a little.
But I think we just cut to the end.
Okay. We're all. Do we need this set to be 10 in a group? Next step is we're going to. Okay. We're all set. Save. And save. This completes our blueprint set. This.
Yeah, we have to cut to this. I showed everything the first time. We can't show it again.
This completes our blueprint set. Now,
we can't. I can't.
This.
And then I think I'm going to do a crossfade. Crossfades are supposed to show passage of time.
This.
I think that's effective. Right? A little jerky.
This completes our blueprint set. Now, this was a lot of work. Took a lot of time. I know you guys are watching the edited version, but it took me about between 1 and 2 hours to get this done. About an hour and a half to get this done. So it took time. Right, but this effort is going to be multiplied. This effort is going to be multiplied many times.
I got to clean up this audio. I'm looking for a place where I stop moving the camera so that I can find you know, honestly, I've been moving the camera the whole time, so I'll just chop it this way and cut in somewhere else. I got to clean this audio up.
When we can very, very quickly put these items, put these blueprints into place and repeat them over and over and over again and make. Next step is we're going to take the machines and these blueprints that we've designed and we're going to put them in lines. So we get the optimal inputs and output is set to be 600 fuel, 600 water.
I don't know if I want to keep this. I'm basically spending a bunch of time saying a thing that they're about to see in the video. Why not just show the video?
600 fuel, 600 watts, I think, is really, like I said, the secret sauce. By the time you're ready to build, you know these blueprints and these. That's going to really reduce the amount of time that you're spending.
Okay, let's buckle in. Let's do this last little bit.
Oh.
What is that?
Oh.
I didn't want that.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot. Did I forget to cut this?
We're going to go ahead and save.
Oh my god, I forgot to cut that. That would have sucked.
Okay. lights, this would be the time to do it. Okay. Okay. This is our setup for our most complicated set. Now, what I'm going to do is build the next 4. Now, what I'm going to do is build the next 4.
All right. So I think we have a lot of freedom in the video footage that we use here. I'm not sure how much audio I'm going to, like, I want to transition from what we're doing here to the piece that we haven't recorded yet. So if you've just come in while I've been working on this, basically this is my last sort of master class on everything that I've learned on how to plan factories in Satisfactory, right? How I do the blueprint buses, everything, vertical buses, right? This is it. This is my big video. And so, you know, I've been really, it's taken a long time to do, longer than it should. But we've only recorded 2 out of the 4 sections. Now, they are the longest 2 sections, but basically these, so the sections of the video broken down in the following way. By the way, I did record the intro, and then number 1, this is recorded and edited. Number 2, this is recorded and almost edited. We're just finishing it off. And then we're gonna have to come in here tomorrow night, hopefully, and record. I'll do it while we're live. Record this piece, and then this, and then probably just record this piece and then edit it, and then get in the game and then record this piece, or we'll see how it goes. I'm not sure, but basically we still have to do these 2 pieces, but these are pretty fast. You know, I think maybe 30 minutes to an hour of recording on this, and then much less on this. This is just to kind of get footage to show people how it hooks up and kind of do a test. So it should be should be a lot faster than these other sections. So what I'm trying to do now is transition, well, decide how much of what I recorded I want to keep to transition from section 2 to section 3. All right, so we're finishing off section 2 with this audio, and I can tell you I'm not going to keep it all. I just don't know exactly what I'm going to keep. So let's start editing. We'll start crushing audio that direction, okay? Because all of this stuff in this section is just me swinging back and forth. So who cares where I start the clip? It doesn't matter. So we'll crush the audio, or the voice to the right. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Keep the good shit, throw out the bad shit, and then we'll see where we stand.
This completes our blueprint set. Now, this was a lot of work. Took a lot of time. I know you guys are watching the edited version, but it took me about between 1 and 2 hours to get this done. About an hour and a half to get this done. About an hour and a half to get done. About an hour and a half to get. Okay. This took me about an hour and a half to get this done. So it took time, right? But this effort is going to be multiplied. This effort is going to be it took time. It took time, right? But
multiplied.
About an hour and a half to get this done. It took time, right? But this effort is going to be multiplied many times over when we can very, very quickly, when we can It's over. It's over when we can very very quickly put these items, put these blueprints into place. Put these blueprints into place. When we can very quickly put these blueprints into place and repeat them over and over and over again and make long bus lines with these machines. All right, next step is we're going to take the machines and these blueprints that we've designed. All right, so I like this piece of audio. This is good. This is finishing off and wrapping up what we did before. So when I try to edit, it's telling a story. And it's trying to make sure that it is laying out a concept or a thread of ideas that people can follow. And one of the things that I try to do is to help people follow the threads, kind of do transitions. Like, okay, we're done here. Now what's next? Why are we doing the thing that we're doing next? Why did we do the last thing that we did? What's the point of this? Right? And so that's what I'm trying to accomplish. However, I can't go too far because I can't say, hey, this is all this cool stuff we're doing next, and talk so long about it that I might as well just have cut to the video where I show the thing that we're doing next. So I have to be careful. And I think when I was recording this, I've recorded way too much. So we're gonna cut this next section here very aggressively. But I kind of have to listen to it, pick out the very best bits, and we'll get rid of the rest. Okay, so here we go. Next step is we're going to take the machines and these blueprints that we've designed, and we're going to put them into Excel to figure out how long these bus lines need to be. That's mostly okay. Let me clean it up in a final manner, get rid of the breaths, and we're going to put them next step into Excel to figure out how long. That's a little awkward, my talking right there. Into Excel to figure out how long. Let's clean it up just a bit. Into Excel to figure out how long these bus lines need to be so that we get the optimal It's like I re-recorded that. So we get the optimal inputs and outputs going through the fronts of these lines. Do we need this set to be 10 in a group? I think we would want this set to be 600 fuel, 600 water. Numbers, and then figure out how, and we're going to calculate the optimal group numbers. This one's easy. These other ones are much more complicated. So we're going to take Excel and we're going to calculate the optimal group numbers and then figure out how many bus lines we need of how many groups and how many blueprints in each one. That's a better description. Take Excel. So we're going to Excel and we're going to calculate the optimal group numbers and then figure out how many bus lines we need of how many groups and how many blueprints in each one. And this, I think, is really...
I don't care about the video footage here. I'm probably going to move all this audio up to the front where that footage was really nice looking.
This, I think, is really, like I said, the secret sauce to really make sure that by the time you're ready to build, you know exactly how many lines you're going to do and how many blueprints in each line, and how especially the liquid is going to be grouped between each of these blueprints and these bus lines, to make sure that you have to deal with liquid splitting and
That's going on too long. I'm going to try to find a end of this and see if we can fit it onto the beginning of this in a way that summarizes it well.
Liquid merging and weird stuff with liquid the least amount as possible. That's going to guarantee that that's going to really make it, it's going to really help you. That's going to really reduce the amount of time that you're spending troubleshooting liquid problems by making sure that we plan ahead of time. Okay, let's jump into the next step. That's going to really
okay, I think this end sounds
time
good.
that you're spending troubleshooting liquid problems by making sure that we plan ahead of time. Okay, let's jump into the next step.
Okay, so that's over there. He's built.
Said the secret sauce to really make sure that by the time you're ready to build, you know exactly how many lines you're going to do. Exactly how many lines you're going to do and how many blueprints in each line, and how especially the liquid is, and how
About how especially
the liquid is going to be grouped between each of these blueprints and these bus lines, to make sure that these bus lines to make sure that these bus lines
okay, I think we have the end of this phrase.
and how especially the liquid is going to be grouped between each of these blueprints.
All right, let's see if we like and if it makes sense when we splice this together. I guess I didn't cut out all that much. Well, I guess I cut out these two sections.
So we're going to take Excel and we're going to calculate the optimal group numbers, and then figure out how many bus lines we need of how many groups and how many blueprints in each one. And this, I think, is really, like I said, the secret sauce to really make sure that by the time you're ready to build, you know exactly how many lines you're going to do and how many blueprints in each line, and how especially the liquid is going to be grouped between each of these blueprints and these bus lines. That's going to really reduce the amount of time that you're spending troubleshooting liquid problems by making sure that we plan ahead of time. Okay, let's jump into the next step.
Okay, that sounds great. Sounded like it was all one section, not cobbled together from a bunch of stuff.
Over and over and over again, and make long bus lines with these machines. Next step is we're going to take So we're going to take Excel.
Yeah. Yep. You go over here. Now we've cobbled together even more chunks. It's a franken phrase. Sorry, that was probably a little bit cursed. All right, let's see if we like. Oh, I guess we don't, huh?
Let's jump into the next step.
Oh, it works perfectly. Well, almost perfectly. Let's move everything up slightly. We do have room at the front. We got it.
Okay, let's jump into the next step.
And we are not going to watch the whole thing that we've worked on tonight, because that's horrifying. We'll have to do final checks later. We'll have to watch it then. But I just want to make sure this final thing makes sense. It's so cobbled together. I know we listened to it a bunch of times, but I think we're going to listen to it back. Hey, Horsey Mart. Back on Satisfactory? Yeah, I am video editing. Zeph. I think I heard the devil when you did that. Yeah, maybe a little bit. It's only if I did it backwards. Yeah, I'm doing some editing. Editing tonight, Horsey Mart. I'm working on kind of my, I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily call it my magnum opus or anything, but in a way it is. It's kind of a distillation of all of my factory planning sort of procedures and knowledge that I've gained in my 2,000 hours of Satisfactory, right? And so it's a big video. I mean, we're only 2 parts into 4 parts, and it's at almost 40 minutes. Again, the last 2 parts probably won't be too long, but you know, this is a big video. You know, I'm hoping for 45 minutes or less, but it may end up being 50, but it has to be under an hour. So we're gonna listen to this last little section and make sure that all these little bits that I cobbled together and pulled out of the rambling that I did make sense and do what we want to do, and try not to be too long.
This complete.
Oh, and we're gonna do remember, we're gonna do a transition to make sure that we like the transition.
This completes our blueprint set. Now, this was a lot of work.
I just want a little bit of time in front of that transition.
I know you guys are watching the edited version, but it took me about an hour and a half to get this done. It took time, right? But this effort is going to be multiplied many times.
Oh, gotta get rid of that.
Right? But this effort is going to be multiplied many times over when we can very, very quickly put these blueprints into place and repeat them over and over and repeat them over and over and over again and make long bus lines with these machines. So we're going to take Excel and we're going to calculate the optimal group numbers and then figure out how many bus lines we need of how many groups and how many blueprints in each one. And this, I think, is really, like I said, the secret sauce to really make sure that by the time you're ready to build, you know exactly how many lines you're going to do and how many blueprints in each line and how especially the liquid is going to be grouped between each of these blueprints and these bus lines. That's going to really reduce the amount of time that you're spending troubleshooting liquid problems by making sure that we plan ahead of time. Okay, let's jump into the next step.
That felt good. I didn't feel like it was too long, and it all made sense. Like I said it all together, and I definitely did not. So yeah, final moment here. We're at 37 minutes. So let's see. We started this green section, right, this green clip started at an hour and 38 minutes. We chopped it. We went from, now we're at 22 to 37. It's 15 minutes exactly. So we got an hour and 38 minutes down to 15. Now, some of that was, you know, we did a big cut right here, you know, so a lot of this is, you know, some of that's sort of cheating, but there's a lot of work that went into that. That was a big cut to jump from the one that we showed in very much detail, and then I did these other three. Like I said, it was a big cut. So still though, you know, when I was looking at the footage and I was like, oh my God, I've recorded like 5 hours of footage and I got to get this down to 30 minutes or so, you know, it was a little overwhelming, but this is finally chopped. We have the dark blue down here. This is sort of the intro. The purple here is planning the factories in satisfactorytools.com. The green, which ended up being shorter than the purple, which is great, is the building of the blueprints. And then I think the next two sections are going to be even shorter. So than the green one. And so that's what we're going to try to do tomorrow night. I'm glad I pushed through. It's really only been an additional hour to kind of edit the last section where I was hating life. But yeah, I mean, I think this is a good spot. It's a good spot to start. I mean, I'm not recording tonight. You know, the next section. I mean, that's going to take probably a couple hours. But really, the next section is just filling out, showing how I filled this out. And it made, I'm a little bit, I may start and stop because I may need to kind of remember what I was doing and how I was doing it. You know what I mean? So we'll see how it goes. But that's tomorrow's problem, as long as, you know, I'm not too exhausted. But if I stream tomorrow, we are going to be doing this. So there's a lot of Factorio left for me to play, and I have to finish this video and get this out of my brain and wrap this up, because this has been lasting forever. And then I'm going to be really focused on getting through the Factorio playthrough pretty much every day, unless I have a work thing or a family thing where I can't stream in the evening, but those are pretty rare. And then once Factorio is in a good place, we're going all in on Satisfactory, guys. All in. No more editing streams. If I do some, they'll be one-offs. No more Factorio videos. I will stream Satisfactory nearly every day. Hardcore, we're gonna build this city. Rome wasn't built in a day. By the way, speaking of which, we need a name for our Satisfactory city. So we're gonna have to figure that out. Something pun, you know, some sort of, oh my God, I already know what it is. It's a movie reference. It's a pun. It includes my name. I'm writing it down. I will announce that on the Satisfactory stream. I know exactly what we're gonna call it. Maybe I'll hold a little guessing contest on Saturday so that people can guess what I'm gonna name the city. Yeah, I think I have to. Unless somebody comes up with something else better, I think I'll have to name it that. So, tune in Saturday, and we'll talk about the name of the city. Okay, guys. It's been fun. We went for 5 hours. Spill? No, it's a movie reference. Okay, it's a movie reference, and it includes my name. That should be enough, Zeph. That should be enough. What do you want? Special privilege because you're here watching me edit a video? That's actually probably a good point. I probably should give you special consideration for hanging out. I'll give you another hint. The movie has my favorite actress of the early 2000s in it. There you go. Sure you can come up with it by Saturday, Zeph. Oh, yes, you should get special consideration. You can figure it out. You can figure it out. It's a good one. It's a good one. So, all right, guys, I'm gonna go and we'll maybe what I'll do is we'll definitely use that one and any other good names that anybody comes up with over the course of the next couple weeks, and then I'll hold a big poll, or I'll do a YouTube community poll, and we'll have people vote on what I should name the city. But I think I know. Okay, I am out of here, and I really appreciate it. I'm not going to raid tonight because we're not really playing a game, you know, and so usually I raid into the same game that we're playing. I mean, well, let's look. If there's anybody that I really like raiding here. Okay. Frucci's playing Satisfactory. So we'll go ahead and hit Frucci. All right. Frucci's cool. All right, guys. Really appreciate you hanging out. Thanks for help motivating me to get these videos done. And I will see you tomorrow night for more video editing, or Friday night for Factorio, or Saturday night for Satisfactory. Later. And YouTube, if you could put a like on the video if you would like, that would be great. All right, guys.